The Great Hall, South Main Street, Wolfeboro. Any reason for non-public tonight?
There are not, Mr. Chairman.
No?
No.
Okay. All right, consideration of minutes for December 17th.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the secretary did an update to our minutes because there were some errors in the letters for the warrant articles, and I looked at them and I think she got them correct, and I'm fine with them as she has amended them.
So you make a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
Second.
This is the 17th.
All those in favor?
Aye.
This is the
Okay,
17th.
January 7th,
December.
2026. Regular meeting. Linda?
Yes, I have two very small ones. On page 2, line 93, Diane's last name is spelled Guerriere. And on page 5, line 244, it's Kirk, K-I-R-K. Those are my two changes.
Okay.
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
January 13th, special meeting.
The only thing I would like to point out on that meeting is on page 9, 237, we had questions this afternoon on whether we had voted on the Libby Museum, and I had made the motion to table, and that's where it is. So I just wanted to make sure everybody had that information.
Move to approve the minutes
And I'll
of
second.
13 January.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, public input.
Dave, I want to say something before public input, please. So we have an issue about a pipe that's down at the town docks. So I've done a little bit of investigation. I've talked to the town manager, got a good response. I've talked to the Public Works Department. I've gotten a good response. I went down there 3 times today and looked at the drip, drip, drip of small water coming out of the pipe. I was there for 15 to 20 minutes each time. I did a little bit of investigation, got some forensic evidence from the past, and found out that, no, it isn't yet. I'm talking first. So I took and I found out that the original sewer system was installed in the 30s, and it was installed on the right-hand side of the road as you go into downtown. That original sewer system took all the drain water and all the sewage water and put it right into the lake. That's what they did in the 30s. In the 70s, we installed a second set of sewer lines down the middle of the road. The old sewer lines became just storm water management. The sewer lines going down the middle of the road now pick up the sewage from all the buildings along the left-hand side of the street. All the sewer lines come out to the middle of the street, and it gets it all picked up. So looking at some examination, it seems like we have found that the pipes that go into the lake, this one over here, and there's another one further down in front of another building, and another one further down in front of another building, are roof drains. They're roof drains that go down into the ground about a foot and drain the water out. Our health inspector did an inspection in the bottom of the basement of the building with Public Works and couldn't find any sewerage lines that were pumping any type of sewerage into the lake area. So it's great that a concerned citizen and a select board member found an issue and had it addressed with the select board. It would have been nice if it was addressed with the whole select board, I don't understand how they couldn't talk to the town manager and to the DPW and get answers when I could. I don't understand. And I want to make sure that there's no misinformation, because we're full of a world of misinformation now, fact and fiction. And there should be proper vetting done of a situation before someone jumps to conclusions. Now, I'm not going to say I'm 100% correct. This has to be dug up, and it will be dug up this spring. But from what I've seen, watching the pipe myself and doing some investigation, I do not think we are putting sewerage into Lake Winnipesaukee from that pipe. That's what I have to say.
Good evening. My name is John Thurston. Isn't it ironic that the term "you don't understand" is so widely and frequently used by select board members in front of us? The public is disheartened right now, and large numbers of them feel the sectors of the town government and elected officials are spinning information and promoting abstract views to deflect on the truth. I'm here in front of the people who elected me and represent them. I'm speaking in public because I am constrained by 5 against 1, and from what the people say to me, I'm contaminated by board impurity. This trip to the podium is my 3rd visit. Each time I've focused on one specific issue that was not manufactured. It is and was real life experience that needs an absolute solution. First, it will require 3 things: information, diagnosis, and solution. You didn't hear me say disinformation, misdiagnosis, or no solution. Let's discuss the issue. My words: human sewer smell. Where? My words: at the Wolfeboro Town docks. Confirmed by who? Town of Wolfeboro employees taking samples. Confirmed by who? Sarah Lesniak, project manager, Eurofins Environmental Testing, Northeast LLC. Submitted by Josh Thomas. Submitted 11/12 of 25. Generated 11/18. Sample received in good condition, 11 degrees Celsius. The results, and the most important results: coliform fecal matter, greater than 2,400 mpn per 100 milliliter. What does that mean? So I called Sarah Lesniak and asked January 14th at 11:15 a.m. On a scale of 1 to 10, and 10 being high, how would you rate this test sample for E. coli? High, max out. If you received a similar sample with similar characteristics, where would you find that sample? Answer: a wastewater facility. Now that we have the results, you have to ask who would be the town employees and the leaders of the department heads who you would think would be looking for the information, diagnosis, and solution. Steve Randall, Director of Public Works, oversees essential town infrastructure, managing operations like sewer runoff, water quality, and direct key responsibilities for public works, water, and sewer systems. Linda Murray, Select Board member, serving the town of Wolfeboro for 20 years. Select Board representative for the Chamber of Commerce, who promotes economic growth and quality of life in Wolfeboro. Chairman of the Wolfeboro Waters Subcommittee, whose mission statement is to protect the health of residents and visitors by assessing water quality, by identifying and mitigating stormwater pollution, to identify and mitigate stormwater pollution to the lakes, and to educate the public about the need to protect lakes and water quality in Wolfeboro. James Pinio, Town Manager for the Town of Wolfeboro, acting as Chief Administrator to ensure efficient service, delivering public communication and compliance with town regulations. Key responsibilities: public communication, communicate with public. Administrative and operations to manage departments, oversee productivity, works under the direction of the Select Board. Jim, it has been 34 days since I emailed you about the problem, November 7th. I'll read the email. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm writing to see if you can provide me with findings of each test of the sample of water by the town and the state. Also, could you provide a synopsis of the course of action from when I alerted the town manager to when the last course of action occurred kindly? I have a question to the origins and the protocols of informing the entity of the issue. Please provide a copy of any code enforcement letters or correspondence to such entities what enforcement has taken. Your non-actions to answer or respond to my email to you are disgusting, reprehensible, and deplorable. To me, constituting malfeasance in my words. And in the public eye, to the rest of the select board, have you been ghosted for 34 days if you send an email to Jim? Jim,
Would you like me to answer that?
Well,
Jim,
It was a question. You want me to answer that?
public comment. Jim, are you showing your leadership qualities? I'm hearing from the public that you aren't responding to their inquiries also. The public are questioning whether or not you are doing your job. Linda, you promote economic growth and quality of life. How about stepping aside or stepping in to represent all residents and visitors? Do you want to protect the health of children that play in the water at the end of the boardwalk? During this past summer, the children were playing in the lake contaminated by sewer. Show the public that you are serious about mitigating pollution from stormwater. Be a leader of the Chamber of Commerce that doesn't want to be political and focuses on direct solutions that produce results and economic stewardship. This problem should not be the way we've always done it. Steve Randall, stop with the excuses. Show us all how smart you are to seek this information, diagnosis, and solve this severe problem. And be completely transparent, ingenious, and forthright to solving this problem, and all others in the town of Wolfeboro. It is a tough job, but you get compensated for delivering results to the public, and the taxpayers of Wolfeboro demand that you stop sewer runoff. To the pipe. It is illegal to discharge a foundation drain directly into Lake Winnipesaukee, as it is considered dumping of, quote, other waste, end quote, or pollutants. This requires a permit from New Hampshire DES Services for the protection of water purity. Prohibited discharge, state regulation, New Hampshire Administrative Code, SS ENV-DW-902.19. Prohibited discharge, sewage, or other waste, end quote, as defined as foundation drain water or even excessive nutrient from yard waste. Water quality dumping into the lake fuels harmful algae growth, reduces oxygen, and harms aquatic life, violating state efforts to keep lakes clean. Folks, this is a busted sewer pipe, likely and possibly in front of the noses of us. From the basement of a building dumping into a pit, into the ground, possibly saturating the ground, leaking into a pipe, being pumped by a sump pump into a pipe, and running nasty stuff called coliform E. coli into Lake Winnipesaukee. I don't believe we're being forensic enough. Let's be thorough in this investigation. Let's test all sump pump pits for sewer and report all findings with video documentation. Let's report if the sump pumps are being pumped into the town's municipal system, even if it is illegal to do so. After documenting the findings, if it's broken sewer lines are leaking or compromised infrastructure, let's provide a fix. With all due respect to gutter water being dumped into this pipe, it's not legal. It's, quote, other waste. If a tank is required to be installed and pumped out, it's a solution. This isn't the end of this problem.
So gutter water is not illegal to go into the stormwater system and go into the lake. That's number one. A second one is if anybody wanted to, any board member wanted to work with the health department and go in and look at the basement of that building, they could be accompanied by the health department in there. I don't like when it's speculation, when people are saying that it's a sewer line when they don't know and they haven't seen, when they're saying that it's a perimeter drain when they haven't seen and they don't know what it is. A perimeter drain couldn't be a foot underground. It wouldn't drain the perimeter of the foundation that's 8 feet down. So I'm all about finding out what it is, but I don't want to make speculation with wide-eyed fantasies about what it could be when we don't have any facts. It's a difference between fact and fiction. And evidently Mr. Thurston doesn't know the difference between fact and fiction.
Okay, well, this is being taken, we have a whole section in our new business part of the meeting that's going to deal with this. But I suppose we could take it out of, what's that?
This is the last one. I just wanted to get these out to you so you have them
Thank you.
as I briefly go through the timeline for you guys. The last one.
Oh, no biggie.
Thank you again, Derek Brown, Wolfeboro. What I just handed out for those listening is a map of the weather for the month of November 2025. I handed out for everybody for clarity definitions of fecal matter, differences between human, rodent, and seagull for those that are interested in what the sources might be. I also have a photograph here of the wet ground that will be spoken about in a few minutes that's got brown residue where the water is now damp in what is a drought-ridden area of that back area. Okay, so again, we've tried our best to break this complicated situation into a somewhat easy to follow timeline. So again, here we go. November 7th, John Thurston calls the Mr. Pinio, Mr. Randall, about a foul-smelling fluid pouring into Lake Winnipesaukee. DPW came down, did their test sample, which was great. Same day, the town manager was alerted. That's still November 7th. November 10th, John Thurston following up with Jim Pinio, and there was a statement made that looks to be slight, and the reason that the follow-up, I kind of started pestering John, which is the beginning of the following week of when the test sample was made. Did you find out anything? And the response was there were slight phosphates and nitrates found. That was the end of it. Okay, November 17th, Wolfeboro Waters Committee. John Thurston verbally reported at that meeting that something occurred of leaking into the lake. And we were awaiting test results on what that was. November 18th, the Wolfeboro Waters facility received the actual test results from Eurofins. Now, I'm going to come back to that because there's relevance in that particular date. On December 6th, Ms. Murray canceled the Wolfeboro Waters Committee. Why I'm mentioning that? Because last 2 weeks ago when we had a meeting, comments were made about somebody not attending meetings and not being forthcoming enough to solve this problem. Well, I think there's some relevance here. Ms. Murray canceled the Waters meeting of December 8th and put an email out to the Waters Committee that she would like to reschedule the meeting for the 15th. And Mr. Thurston couldn't attend, so he emailed that he couldn't attend. But the meeting went forward anyway, which is as it should be. So just wanted to close that loop on that open issue. On December 8th, John Thurston received the minutes from November 17th. Keep in mind, that's when he brought up at the Waters Committee what was happening in the Bay. And there was no mention of this topic in those meeting minutes, none whatsoever. December 18th, Magic Day. John Thurston sends an email to Jim Pinio and Steve Randall. What are the results? This is the email John was just speaking of, that he's had no reply from those two. January 7th, things got interesting. Things got interesting to me because prior to that, you guys didn't even know I knew about this, and I'm speaking personally here. I deliberately, as I stated on January 7th, I stayed out of this because I've been involved in, I'll just say, some controversial topics with the select board, and I didn't want to poison the pool by being involved in this one. So I stayed silent, yes. But on the 7th, I came out, for those that are listening. And what I can tell you, call it coincidence, wow, things heated up after the public knew. But what I really noticed is, whether I say personally I wasn't treated very well through things I put my own efforts into in prior issues here in this town, as I try to think about moving here and trying to come to a good place in my mind that I want to, is, wow, if I step back, it really isn't about me. You'll do that to an elected official. You won't return their emails. They don't know what they're talking about. We know better than you do. And of everybody up here, and I'm pointing specifically to the select board, you have a guy that probably has more than your collective experience on drainage alone. And you, be careful on the mannerisms, because we're going to talk later, Brian, I can assure you.
We can talk. I'm okay.
So you've got a resource there, but you refuse to work together. I point that out as we move forward with elections coming. Now, on January 7th, I stated, Mr. Pinio, and he answered very honestly, and I appreciate that, did you get the test results? The answer is no. Keep in mind January 7th, please, people. I also asked, did you inform the Board of Health? The answer was no. Did you inform Linda Murray as the chair of the Waters Committee? No. Okay. Also, the night of January 7th, for those that remember, Luke Freudenberg showed up at the back end of public comment to state he remembers telling Dave Ford about possible broken pipes and that smell, as did John Thurston during the dock committee period talking to Tavis Austin. Now, why am I bringing those names up? Again, there's relevance here. On January 7th, at this very room, John Thurston looked at Jim Pinio and asked, do you have an answer to my email? No. Nothing yet. Now, January 12th, things heat up again. Wolfeboro Waters Committee meeting. Before the meeting, and please pay attention, this is very complicated if you haven't been immersed in this to follow this. The Wolfeboro Waters Committee had a meeting. John Thurston walked in. Linda Murray asked if you had gotten the report. She asked this of John. His answer was no, still no. He still hadn't seen the report. Steve Randall offered and sent him the report at that meeting. And there's a reason I'm going to make this next statement. It was sent in an email during the meeting time without a subject in the email. We'll come back to that in a moment. Steve Randall then said he set up a camera, saw mouse poop or rodent poop, and the pipe was blocked. Okay. Steve Randall says he went in the building. There was no sump pumps in that building. It's from the meeting minutes, mind you. I'm not making this up. John Thurston says we shouldn't be talking at this meeting. Linda Murray says we can talk about anything we want since the meeting hasn't begun at this point. Brian, pay particular attention to this next statement. Quorum requirements, RSA 91A:2. The group having discussion has met the legal requirement and guidelines for a quorum because 4 committee members were in the room. And consequently, this discussion did not make it into the minutes. And because of this, the rest of the committee was not present in the room. Again, John stated, we shouldn't be having this meeting this way. It has to happen in a group, not a sidebar before the meeting minutes starts, or the meeting itself starts. January 13th, select board meeting. Brian and Linda suggest John's not doing enough. He's not proactive enough. He's not informing us. Well, I've been watching this one for several months, not just this particular topic. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. When a selectman finds a problem, they go to the town manager. It is the town manager's job to execute the plan of correction and report to the select board, not talk amongst yourselves and strategize how this is going to be handled. Because One could argue collusion, one could argue conflict of interest. What do we tell the public? Well, we see what is capable of happening. We're living it right now.
You
Okay.
can do it under other business, too, and inform the whole select board at that
I
time.
put these on right at the moment, Brian, because there's more to come. Okay, so referring to the meeting of the 7th, Linda Murray mentioned the pipe, the pipe situation with John that he hadn't done enough. Well, as did Luke Freudenberg, mentioned it to Dave Ford, who was the guy at the time. John Thurston went to the planning director, Tavis Austin, at the time. Now, if they didn't do what they were supposed to do, where do you start on that one? We've got pretty good history of not doing what they're supposed to do.
Is there
Okay?
documentation for that?
Yes, there is.
Him going to Tavis?
Okay, so now, here we go. Linda Murray, the note states, Steve Randall said there were no sump pumps found in the building, in Peter Ford's buildings. And the source could be other issues. So you stated Steve Randall went in the building, found no sump pumps, end of story, nothing to see here. Brian says at the meeting of the 13th, how come we're not aware of this? That's not John's direction here. He goes to the town manager. Not you, Brian, to see what you think.
Well,
No, let me finish. That's the problem here. You're not the research guy, just like John's not the research guy. It's being handed to the experts that are here to do those things, not you field how they should work.
well,
There to report back.
When my town manager is
Put
doing
these
the
back
CIP,
on.
when my town manager is doing the CIP and working on the budget, if he falls behind for 3 days or 20 days on an issue, I readdress it with him. Then if I have an issue that the whole board needs to know, I address it in other business or during a meeting.
It should be in the public meeting and everybody hears the same thing.
That's other business, in a
Not
public meeting.
Not a sidebar, which is what tends to happen, and that's a problem. So
I think that's
here we
misinformation.
are.
I don't think that happens.
What you have in front of you specifically is this last week, Mr. Senecal got involved. Went with Mr. Randall to visit the actual building. Guess what they found? Do you want to guess, or do you want me to tell you?
I know what they found.
What did they find?
They found that that pipe
No,
is a drain
no,
pipe
that-
from
no,
the roof,
no,
that it's
no.
not connected to a sump, and that there's no sewage
Guess
going
what?
out the front of the building.
There's a sump pump in that building. At the previous meeting, there was no sump pumps in that building by the first-hand visit.
Not going to that pipe, there isn't.
Brian, there's a sump pump in that building. The question was asked, are there any sump pumps?
Does it go to that pipe?
We're going to ask Mr. Senecal that question when we get to the part where you give us, I should say, the right people give us their explanation of what's
Does it
going on.
go to that pipe?
So where we are now is we have an uncapped 4-inch pipe, which now just has a trickle with no explanation of the gushing water that was coming from it that tested so high for coliform E. coli, okay? So where we are is something changed, and we're not getting straight answers. We're getting deflection. Nobody's given us. Now, for those that listened, I said there was a report generated on November 18th. Form your own opinion on this, okay? The guy that's been asking for that report, John Thurston, finally got it handed to him on January 12th. That report was in Josh Thomas's hand at the water treatment plant on November 18th. And so far, all I know is when I asked on January 7th, nobody knew what that was. Well, either one or two things happened. Somebody's either not forthcoming, or there's a huge break in communication. Either one of those is not even in any form acceptable, period. I don't care what excuses you have, okay? I do know that calls have been made to try to find out. No information. I did call, I got the name of the testing company and called how testing is supposed to be done. And specifically, I find this interesting because for those even remotely familiar with the challenges of Forest Road, the same gentleman, and this isn't a negative of the person, Josh Thomas was the key point of the information for all the E. coli testing coming in. That name kept coming up. That's where the tests were going. And those are the tests in Jockey Cove for what was being reported to the state, as well as the town, for what's happening in Jockey Cove. But in this case, Wolfeboro Bay, get the report 2 months after it was presented. The only person that officially got that report is Josh Thomas, and nobody else seems to get it. Well, I got it, as much as I'd like to say, well, Josh doesn't know what he's doing. How many years has he been working on this on Jockey Cove? He knows the process. To me, and again, maybe accusations I'm making, my opinion, he was asked not to share it. Call it what you want. Walks like a duck. He knows the drill. It should be going to Mr. Pinio. It should be going to the select board for decisions or conflict or comment. It's nowhere.
So that would be a question I would ask him.
We've tried. No replies do not come. None. So it's not just Jim. Everybody's gone dark. So it leaves us to form our own opinion. Anybody have any questions? By all means, please ask.
I just did, you didn't answer.
Okay, does anybody have any public input?
Hi, Carol.
Okay, you wrote it down. Okay, Carol McMahon, 20-year resident taxpayer in the town of Wolfeboro.
Can't hear you, Carol.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Better.
I didn't do anything to it.
There you go.
Go closer to it.
Jeez Louise.
It's on.
Okay, now?
There we go.
Yeah.
God, nobody ever has problem hearing me, so. Okay, we'll start again. Carol McMahon, 20-year resident, taxpayer in the town of Wolfeboro, and a member of the senior group that had previously been gathering at the community center on Laner Street. I'm here tonight to support the warrant articles, which we're told are legally required in order to allow the town of Wolfeboro to accept and hold in trust the private donations being raised for the renovation of the existing community center on Laner Street. This privately funded renovation project, being generously spearheaded by Jordy Hutchinson, is a win-win situation for the community and the town. The seniors are grateful to now be able to gather at Town Hall, but look forward to returning to our home as soon as possible. The renovation of the existing community center in no way affects the possibility of future construction of an expanded multi-generational facility using taxpayer funds earmarked in the CIP. I thank the board for your support of this privately funded renovation of the community center on Laner Street.
Thanks, Carol.
Thank you, Carol.
Susan Bunting, Wolfeboro resident. I'm just here to say thank you to the board and especially to Jordy Hutchinson. If you are not aware, and the people at home watching are not aware, there is a website now that's up that is www.wolfeborocc.com. I repeat that, www.wolfeborocc.com. It's a brilliant website. It's a fundraising website for the community center. It explains everything, and the beauty of this particular website is that every donation will be recorded, and the website will be updated on a regular basis so you can see how much money is coming in on a regular basis. It's very, very, very well done, and I thank Jordy and his staff for what they've done, and we look forward to raising this money as quickly as possible. There is no donation that is too small, so get your wallets out, get your checkbook out, and anything you can give toward this. We're very, very energetic, and we want to see this done and done quickly. Thank you all, and thank you, Wolfeboro residents, for supporting this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
we'll get you something to stand on. Can you hear me? Troy Glidden, town of Wolfeboro, lived here a couple of years now, back and forth from Topton Borough. I guess my question would be, at what point in time the state gets involved in this pipe down in Wolfeboro Bay? And Wolfeboro is not the only town. Every town and city around this lake has polluted it for 100 years, 1930, or before, Brian. So if we can't come to a conclusion on this quickly, because this is awful, I think the New Hampshire Department of whatever, EPA you call it, I think we need to get somebody else involved if we can't come to a conclusion. Because sewage, pigeon poop, we used to blame it on the ducks. We used to be able to swim all summer. Then it went to middle of July, June. Now it's like Memorial Day, all these beaches shut down. We can't use them anymore. Our kids can't use them, and that's why people come here. So think about the future, think about the kids, think about the grandkids, and start working together, I guess, would be my only bit of criticism, and I don't like to criticize, but work together.
Okay, I'm going to take a minute, and I'm going to read a letter from Steve Randall to Jim Pinio dated 1/15 of 26. On 1/14 of 26, I received a call from Health Inspector and Select Board Chair Dave Senecal to meet him at the town docks to discuss a drain pipe. I showed him the outlet of the pipe in question and the cap that we had placed on the back in November. We then walked the area where our camera had stopped for our initial investigation. Mr. Brown, you're absolutely right. That's what I saw. It's quite wet right in that area, and that's right where the camera stopped when they pulled it out and measured it up on the land. That's where it terminated, was in that wet spot. As health inspector, we were able to enter the building to investigate the basement and any piping that may have contributed to this. All their piping runs to the front of the building and is up to code. It's all fairly new, it's all Schedule 40, and it has the proper caps for fishing to unblock anything. We then went back outside to further investigation. Through a small opening behind the condenser unit on the back deck, we could see a 4-inch pipe that comes from the gutter drain system between the two restaurant buildings. It lines up perfectly with the outlet of the pipe under the docks. We summarized that when the work was done to put the footings in for the new deck, and if you look at this picture, you can see the corner of the deck there, and there is a 12-inch sonotube right there. Probably cracked or broken to some extent. It is this place that we were stopped with our camera for the initial investigation. By capping the pipe in the latter part of November, it allowed the water to back up and create the now wet spot on the corner by the area of the identified broken pipe. This is what Mr. Brown gave us, and that's indeed what's there. Going forward, we are going to remove the cap to allow gutter drain system work to the best of its ability. We will monitor it and continue to collect samples monthly for testing. We will be working on the plan with the owners to fix the broken pipe in the spring. And the reason we're waiting till spring is we don't feel that if we try to excavate that, we're going to run into a lot of frost right there, although the sun does get in there. But in my investigation on the inside of the building, there is a sewer maceration pump in that basement. It services one bathroom, which is on the lower level, which I'm assuming they use for some of their help to utilize. It drains into a maceration pump, and that pumps a 2-inch line into the domestic sewer line. It has a check valve on it, has a vent on it, just like it's supposed to according to code. So that's what I found. We, meaning Mr. Randall and I, are going to continue to take samples. It's running very slowly. As you mentioned, it just drips. But we are going to sample it through the winter and see what we come up with. I did not personally smell anything in the basement that I would be concerned about. That doesn't mean that there is something else under that platform just towards the building in that corner. But once we fix the pipe in that area, we will put the scope back up the pipe and see if there's anything beyond that point. I suspect we are not going to find any other pipes leading into it, but we don't know that because we can't see under where the condenser unit is on a small deck between the buildings. So that's where I am with it. What's that? Sure. And by the way,
Again, thank you.
this was, I was there on 1/14.
Okay.
That's the first time I had heard or
Understood.
been asked to go look at it myself.
Right. And I think you were away on the night of the 7th. So
Yes, I was.
So I just wanted to offer clarity on what my visual observations of November 7th were, because it came into question. I didn't. Well, at the time until the 7th, you didn't know I was there. Okay. So when I say my viewing of this, because I personally viewed it, not just John Thurston. When we bent down and laid on the ground to watch this because we heard the spraying, okay, it was clear as day it was a sump pump. And here's what I mean by that. There was a steady stream, and yes, I went and looked this past Sunday at the uncapped pipe and the barely a stream coming out there now. I agree with that. Now, prior to that, there was a steady, heavy stream followed by cycling gushes, which doesn't happen unless it's pushed. Steady stream, and then that pipe was going through cycles of full spray. John can come up to the same and make his own observations that. That's where the ripe smell was. So I asked, when I stated this in November, that couldn't have been, in January 7th, as Ms. Murray said, Mr. Randall visited the place prior to your meeting with Steve at the building, and there is no sump pumps there. It wasn't a sump pump. It was a sump pump, because if it was a steady stream, it wouldn't have the cycles of barely a stream to nothing. So now I ask, when you did your visual inspection, did you see something changed in the water flow? Because when we were there, again, virtual drought conditions, and that water, there was no backflow coming from the lake because it was still about 18 inches to 2 feet below that pipe. So there's nothing coming from the lake going back in and being forced back out. So in your observation, was there a sump pump that looks like it has been redirected or piping had been redirected? Because something radically changed between November 7th and January 14th. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody?
Are we going to talk about this
We're going to
later?
briefly talk about it later, yes.
Okay, because I have questions. I'll wait till then. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Jody Person, I got an idea. Is that pipe is open right now, right? How hard would it be to cap that pipe and put a small tank down there so we can put everything in the tank? This is going to be torn up in the spring, right? Mm-hmm. Is it possible that we could put a tank there, cap that off, and get it pumped into the, I don't see why we couldn't, I mean, it's gonna take a little bit of elbow grease, but to
not do that now.
put it in the tank,
Let's not
an
do that
idea.
now. Let's not do this now.
It's gone.
So to put a tank at the end,
Steve, just state your name.
Steve Randall, Director of Public Works.
Thank
Talk
you.
to the mic.
To try to answer that, Jody, that pipe outlet is underneath one of the docks, so we'd actually have to probably set a tank on the ice in order to catch it. We had it capped for 2 months, and we just took it off the other day. So it'd been capped for 2 months, and it backed up, I'd say about 50 feet in that line. So short of digging up the parking lot and putting a tank there now to do it and then pump out the cycle, I mean, that would be,
Point of order.
honestly,
Let's not have a conversation here.
that is entirely up to them. If they would like to direct us to do that,
We bring this back to order.
he's yelling at you because he can't hear you. What Jody wants to do is put a tank.
You can hang one.
Well, we can't hang one under the docks. That's a bad idea. We could dig up the parking lot and we could set a tank in there. If that's what the board and the town manager would like us to do, that's entirely up to you.
Mr. Chairman, so are we going
Pull
to,
your microphone, Paul.
I'm sorry. Oh, Timothy instructed me not to do that. Mr. Chairman, a lot of information's going back and forth, and I'm not trying to cut off public input, but if we have this on the agenda, item D, can we do that on item D and get back to public input and then move into the meeting? Because I have a handful of questions myself, but we're in a public input side of this thing. Unless, of course, we just decide we want to keep doing this. What do you,
Well, that's, what I'm going to do is stop conversation with this until we get it. It's an agenda item under new business. So we'll wait then, Paul.
I think we need to set the time to have this conversation tonight. I think it's appropriate, but, for whatever reason, we started section D of our agenda right at the beginning of the meeting, which I think the public is getting short-sheeted here a little bit. So let's get that stuff done and let's get back to the agenda. Thank you.
Anybody else want a public input at this point? Okay, we're going to move along on our agenda then. We have public hearings. We have quite a few of them. First one, the Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, 6:30 to consider a temporary event permit for the New Hampshire Boat Museum. Host a Sasquatch Footy Regatta in Back Bay, Bridge Falls Path on August 2026. Is there a definite date for that? I don't have a definite date in my,
Yes, there is a definite date. It's August 13th.
is it on here? Is it on this one? Okay, it's April 28th?
No, that's for the beginning
Oh,
of,
that's,
we have two for the Back Bay skippers. One's
August
for the
15th.
season and one's
August
for the
15th.
regatta. Yeah.
Thank you. I think. Okay, from 6 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Permit number 2026-03. Yes.
Yes, so
Public hearing is open.
you're doing, the Sasquatch Footy Regatta is an annual regatta that the Back Bay skippers do. They race foot-long boats with Sasquatch, Bigfoot. It's a very popular event. We used to hold it in June, but this year, the last couple of years, we've been rained out in June, and the August date works, so we're going with August.
Okay, anybody have any questions? This is a public hearing. Anybody want to chime in? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Wood?
So I'd move to approve a temporary event permit for the New Hampshire Boat Museum to host the Sasquatch Footy Regatta in Back Bay Bridge Falls Path on August 15, 2026, from 6 p.m. to 9:30 p.m., permit number 2026-03.
Second.
It shouldn't be that late. It's Saturday day. I don't know where she got,
She has 6 to 9:30.
Yeah.
no, it would be
6:30.
8 to 4.
Well, it seems like what's on the agenda and what's on this is different.
It's different.
The notice hearing said from 12 PM to 4 PM.
4 PM, yeah.
Is that a better time, or are we still off?
Yes, 12
The
to 4.
Sasquatch should be like an all-day Saturday event. The seasonal event is 12 to 4.
Oh, so the Sasquatch is an all-day, and the seasonal is 12 to 4.
It looks like we noticed this wrong. I think we
Yeah.
should table it and get it, I'm sorry to bring you back.
Okay,
Mary,
because Amy said she
Well,
was
hold on,
all
here's
set,
one.
so.
It says, oh, no, that's the boat, oh, so this might be what they did. The boat museum, what is the boathouse tour? Do you know that? Is that an all-day event too?
Yes,
So that's from 7 AM till 5 PM.
yes.
So what she probably did is she used 12 to 4 for both of the boat races, the model boat things, and then she took and she did a 7 AM to 5 for the boathouse tour.
Boathouse
So
tours.
it's supposed to be the boathouse tour 7 to 5. It's supposed to be the Sasquatch Regatta 7 to 5.
No, it wouldn't be that early. It'd be 8 to 4.
Okay, why don't we just table that one?
Okay.
If you have time enough. Okay, you could bring that back to us.
I'll make a motion to table the footy regatta.
Second?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, the second one we have, we'll close, that hearing is closed. We'll open the hearing for Wolfeboro Select Board to hold a public hearing Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, 6:30 PM to consider temporary event permit for the New Hampshire Boat Museum to host the model yacht regattas in Back Bay, Bridge Falls Path, Tuesdays and Thursdays from April 29th, 2026, to October 28th, 2026, from 12 noon to 4. Permit 2026-04.
Yes,
That's the correct time?
yeah.
Those things are fun.
Is that, this is a public hearing? Anybody want to? Okay, we'll close the hearing, board.
So I'll move to issue a temporary event permit for the New Hampshire Boat Museum to host the model yacht regattas in Back Bay, Bridge Falls Path on Tuesdays and Thursdays
Yes.
from April 29th, 2026 to October 28th, 2026, from 12 noon to 4 p.m.
Yes.
Permit number 2026-04.
Second?
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Open a public hearing again. Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, January 21st, 2026 at 6:30. Consider temporary event permit of New Hampshire Boat Museum to host the boathouse tour from the town docks, specifically Dock A, on Thursday, August 14th, 2026, rain date August 15th, 2026, from 7 a.m. to 5. Permit 2026-05.
Yes, we actually applied for this last year, and it was approved, but we ended up canceling it even before it was advertised and let Amy know. So we want to host it this year. We would have between 10 boats for passengers and 2 other boats for like a towboat and an extra boat. The boats are average of 26 feet, and we like 2 feet between them, so it would be 28 feet, so we would need both sides. We want that very end dock just for that one day.
Okay. Any questions?
So, yeah, so who would coordinate off, Dave? Would we have our DPW do it? Would they do it?
Last year, you asked us to put up the signs, and we said we would.
Okay. Board, any other questions?
Move to approve a temporary event permit for the New Hampshire Boat Museum to host the boathouse tour from the town docks, specifically Dock A, that will be roped off and signed by the Boat Museum on Thursday, August 14th, 2026, rain date August 15th, 2026, from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., permit number 2026-05.
second, but I think, John, you want to, did I hear you? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Second?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'll
Thank you.
resubmit this footy with
You resubmit.
Amy. Thank you.
Be back for the
Pizza.
Sasquatch.
Yeah, you'll be back for Sasquatch.
Okay, the next, the Wolfboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, 6:30 PM to consider a temporary event permit for the First Congregational Church of Wolfboro. You'll host Easter sunrise worship service at Albee Beach on April 5th, 2026, 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Permit 2026-06. Anybody here represent the church? I think they've done this for quite a few years.
Yes,
They
they
have,
have. Yeah,
they
they
have,
have,
yes.
So close the hearing, board.
I'll make a motion that the Wolfboro Select Board approve the temporary event permit for the First Congregational Church of Wolfboro, bracket FCCW, to host Easter sunrise worship service at Albee Beach on April 5th, 2026, from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Permit number 202606.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Open the next public hearing. The Wolfboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, 6:30 PM to consider temporary event permit, First Congregational Church, Wolfboro, to host blessing of the boats at the town docks on May 30th, 2026, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. That seems pretty long. She's in permit number 2026-07. Anybody here? I know they've done this in the past as well.
Yep.
Somebody want to make a motion?
You want to do it?
Did you close the public
Yeah,
hearing?
close the hearing.
No, you can make it.
Move to issue a temporary event permit for the First Congregational Church of Wolfboro to host the blessing of the boats at the town docks on May 30th, 2026, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Permit number 2026-07.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the next public hearing will open. The Wolfboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit, First Congregational Church of Wolfboro, to host Sunday morning worship service at Cape Park on Sundays from June 7th, 2026, October 4th, 2026, from 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. Permit 2026-08. Anybody here? I know they've been doing this for a while as well. Close the public hearing then, board?
I have a question and a statement. We need to make sure that we do not water from 6:30 to 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
I think
That would be a
or to 8:30. I think they don't want to get wet.
that would be a problem.
So we need to make sure that that communication gets to, I guess it's Parker
Parks
and
and-
Rec, who
Parks and
does
Rec.
the watering down there.
Okay, is that a motion with that?
I'll make the motion. I move to issue a temporary event permit for the First Congregational Church of Wolfboro to host Sunday morning worship service at Cape Park on Sunday, from Sunday, June 7th, 2026 to October 4th, 2006, from 7:30 a.m. To 8:30 a.m., and that the town will not water during that period of time. Permit number 2026-08.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Next on our agenda, the Wolfboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, at their meeting that starts at 6:30 p.m. in the Great Hall of Wolfboro Town Hall for acceptance of unanticipated funds greater than $10,000, accordance with RSA 31:95-B 3A relative to the Wolfeboro Milfoil Committee to receive 2026 exotic aquatic plant control grant from the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services and HDES for expenses incurred in the prevention of exotic species aquatic plant control in the amount of up to $17,775. Jim, do you have anything on this?
I believe this is a normal grant that we apply for every year, which is received and applied through DES and Solitude Lake Management does the work for us.
Linda?
Yes, the Wolfeboro Waters Committee met. Brian and I were there. They reviewed it, and it was acceptable to them, and they're recommending that the Board of Selectmen approve it.
Okay,
Question.
yes.
So is this for an application?
This is, we're receiving the grant from DE. It's a signing of a grant. In the back, it'll tell you what we're going to do. It's diving in Back Bay. The herbicide is for the Frog Pond, and there's herbicide for Crescent Lake, and we put herbicide down when we lose control, when the milfoil gets out of control again. We put it down, and then we hand pull and dash until we can no longer control it, and then we come back with chemicals, and we've been doing that probably for about 15 or more years.
So it is an award.
John?
So it's not, so it's actually a chemical that,
Two of them.
Two chemical
Two. It's if you look in the back, you get that page. Yes. Two of them are for chemicals, and
Yeah.
one is just for the dash unit.
so I can recall in the past, there was a woman named Bonnie Duran who came to the microphone who wanted to alert us that this was actually a carcinogen that we were actually putting in the water to control the aquatic plants. So we need to be forthright to the public to be able to say, we are putting a carcinogen in the water to control aquatic plants from expanding.
John, do you have information that will verify that statement that it's carcinogenic chemicals that are going in the water? Do you have specific documentation right now when you just said to the public that we're putting carcinogen into the water? Do you have proof of that?
Well, let's just get the name of the chemical.
Or are you just speaking?
Let's just get the name of the chemical.
I'm stating what the woman spoke about at the time, Brian.
Okay. If it's carcinogenic materials, okay, we can say that. But unless you know, you should not be saying that and maybe scaring the public about something that is approved by New Hampshire DES that we've been using for years. I don't understand.
Hey, Linda?
Yes, I will say after that, she made that comment, the DES came up here and held a public hearing, and it was fully vetted and provided the information to the public, so I can't tell you that. So it is something that was fully vetted at that particular time.
But I believe it's 2,4-D. And
No, it's not anymore. It's
No.
At that time, it was 2,4-D.
At that time it is.
Before
That's
that,
not-
it
So it's a different chemical now.
Yes.
So you need to get the right information, bring the right information to
All
the
right,
public.
all right. Let's calm down here. Linda, did you have
I-
anything else?
It went through Wolfeboro from Milfoil, and it's coming forward. They have applied, we've had this grant for probably the last 15 years. Periodically, we've done the chemical treatment. I will say our first goal is not to put chemicals in, but there comes a point, either it's going to get totally overgrown, or we've got to get it under control. We have a management plan for it. It is approved by DES. DES comes in. They're the ones who set whether we should do hand pulling or chemicals. And we follow DES recommendations. That's why we're awarded the grant.
Mr. Chairman?
Paul?
So thanks for that explanation, Linda. So I'm keen to make a motion here. I just want to confirm a couple of things. So it's not 2,4-D. That's not the chemical that Mr. Thurston says somebody brought to the
Correct.
table earlier on. It is a chemical that DES is aware of and knows of.
Well, it's the ones that they approve.
Yeah,
They were
okay.
the ones who changed the chemical, and
Got
they
it.
were the ones who did the test pilot with the chemical.
I'm going to make a motion that the town accept per RSA 31:95-B3 relative to the Wolfeboro Milfoil Committee to receive the 2026 Exotic Aquatic Plant Control Program grant from the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, NHDES, for expenses incurred in the prevention of exotic species aquatic plant control in the amount of up to $17,775.
And will you add on to that to have the town manager sign all documents?
Yeah, okay, and to have the town manager sign all documents akin to this grant. Wait,
Never opened it.
Yeah, it's been open.
Okay, it's still open then.
you know what, then I bollocksed, so I'll back my motion down. It hasn't been seconded. If you need to, you're in public hearing mode.
Yeah, Bobby Budman, I just wanted to ask a couple questions. One, I would encourage you to hand pull, not use the chemicals, because as we know, you do have to tell people not to enter the back bay after these chemicals, so there's a reason why. The other thing is just putting on my budget committee member hat, I don't remember this amount being in the budget. Was it in there, that full 17? Okay.
It was.
Okay. I knew we lowered that line item, and I just wanted to make sure that was.
I didn't know unless somebody knows that it was taken out by the budget committee. That's what it, last time I saw.
No, it wasn't taken out. I just
It
don't.
came through the Board of Selectmen with the correct amount. If
Okay.
anything was done at the budget committee, I can't tell you.
Okay, I just wanted to, because I know it was much less than, normally it's 40, and I remembered it was much less this time, but I don't have my book with me.
It changes based on how much chemical treatment we do and how much hand pulling we do.
Okay.
And the big driver in raising the cost is the
Yeah.
chemical treatment.
Again, let's decide to pay people to hand pull instead of pay for the chemical. Thanks.
So to answer the question, the 17.5 remained in the executive budget for milfoil treatment.
So I just
Somebody else in the
Googled, do aquatic herbicides have carcinogens? Yes, some aquatic herbicides contain ingredients classified as potential and probable carcinogens, and we don't have that in front of us, so we would probably want to err on the side of caution. Thank you, Brian.
Jody Person.
Until you know the exact chemical, and you know that we're using a carcinogenic chemical in the water, I wouldn't accuse us of doing such, John.
I'm not an expert, but I'm going to give you what I think on this subject. If you want to, I think we should research that chemical. I'd like to know what the name of it is. And I would like it if you had the time to just punch in Lake Okeechobee in Florida, because they have an ecological disaster down there because they went and sprayed all the weeds down there. And now they have a cyanobacteria disaster. So I think you might want to just research a little bit about this chemical. And I sort of put the cyanobacteria, I mean, it's sort of I know the weed is an invasive and it's not native to here, but years ago, the fishing used to be great when that milfoil it could only take a hold here and there on the lake. But ever since started doing the treatments and pulling and everything is when, I mean, I'm not a scientist, but it seems like the cyanobacteria has started to show its ugly face as so it's just food for thought on this. That's all I'm saying. I don't know for sure, but if you look up Lake Okeechobee, you will see articles of the disaster that they have down there. And, I think where can I get that chemical? The name?
I will get the name of the chemical.
I think it's Persilicord or something like that.
Yeah, because the last one,
It's not
the last one they were using, I looked up and it was
But this was tested by DES. This is
Yeah.
not something that this town has decided. It went out for testing. DES did a pilot with it. We're following DES's regulations on how we use it and everything else.
Yeah, I understand that.
This chemical,
Yep.
you do not have to stay out of the water
But
for days.
I don't trust DES on anything anyways, but I mean,
That may be true, but I mean, it's not like we just
No,
pulled
I'm
this
just saying,
chemical
you know,
out
like-
of the air. So the only thing that I have is we have a certain period of time that we either sign this or we lose the grant. That's up to the board on what they want to do about it.
I just saying do your research, and I just add a caution because, I mean, you do something, you can't go back. I mean, my son and I caught him spraying over in the park there across some Top Gear. My son and wife went out there my son and granddaughter went out there for a walk, and they're just spraying away with no signs or anything. And we went and made a few calls, and I don't believe that guy's ever going to be back in Wolfeboro working for the Conservation Commission. So this is a whole thing that happened, you know, so and that just happened recently. So I just, you know, when it comes to the chemicals, I think we got to really just slow down. I know you got to meet for the grant. Is that what it is? You got to meet the time for the grant?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm asking, you know, as long as it isn't like that other chemical, because the other chemical, they had white suits on and masks in the airboats. I would say yes to a chemical if they were going to sit in the airboat in Speedos with no masks
Excuse me, that's a
and
bad
spray
visual.
away. So, I mean,
That's a very bad visual. Would you not do that?
you know what I'm getting at, though? I mean, when you see them out there, when they get the masks on and the whole suits and everything, it's not good.
I don't think
Thank you.
it's unusual for us to ask what kind of chemicals and some information on
So
it.
let's just,
So the herbicides for invasive species and weeds have to be chosen carefully, and they can't contain phosphorus, and that would feed the algae if misapplied. I would assume that New Hampshire DES, who monitors our lakes and monitors for cyanobacteria, wouldn't be putting herbicide into the lake that has phosphorus in it when the whole thing that we're doing in the state of New Hampshire is keeping phosphorus out.
Hi, Derek Brown. Some people probably don't follow the chemistry, so maybe to help them visualize what I think is the underlying concern here is, as Ms. Murray pointed out, well, the DES is approving it. Anybody in this room remember DDT or asbestos? They were approved too. That's what's being said here. Listen.
Okay. Close the public hearing.
Suzanne Ryan, I can't let this pass by. I remember when I was on the board in 2007 with Dwight DeVork, and Dwight was adamantly opposed to any of this chemical stuff. And I also would say, Linda, I don't imagine you let your puppy drink out of that after they put that in there?
You know, this isn't about my puppy. The truth of the matter, that was 2,4-D, and this is not 2,4-D. We've had this grant, and come through here with no issue. If I had realized people wanted to know about the chemical, I would have had that information here. This is probably the fourth or fifth time this grant has come through with the chemical that's going in now.
Maybe.
So, you know, it's up to the board. If we don't make the time frame, we don't make it, you know? And that's the decision.
Maybe we skip a year or two. All right? I mean, I've been up to Lake George and see what they're doing up there. It's a problem everywhere, but I don't know if chemical is the answer.
We did a test. We went out and we did squares, and we hand pulled it. We had Tom Watt-Smith from Dive Winnipesaukee go with us, and we pulled and we came back a month later, and you couldn't tell that we've been in there. We have tried to control it by hand pulling. At some point, it just gets out of control. So we can let it go, or we can try, at some point, we hit it with chemicals, and I don't like chemicals any better than anybody else, but it does help. It is the only way we're going to control it. So it's up to the citizens. And if the people here do not want it, then we don't need to do it.
So it's up to us to pick our medicine, either chemical or weeds or mosquitoes.
Bobby Budman again. This grant can be used for hand pulling?
Only a portion of it can be.
Okay, how much can be used for hand pulling?
It can be, and I don't know if you cut some out, whether DES will continue with the grant. But what they asked for was, let me get the page. Divides out.
I mean, I will say, as someone who has been on a Milfoil committee, and I have gone out in a Crescent Lake and into Wentworth and hand pulled, and I help hand pull, and I'm a weed watcher, and I watch those weeds, and we pull them. You know, there's a big group of people that make sure that we're pulling those weeds in Crescent Lake. How are we not doing that in the Back Bay?
Well, some of the herbicide is for Crescent Lake, and it is that
and I know
team-
that,
Wait,
and-
let me finish. That team that you were on requested.
That's right.
We put it in. For just hand pulling, it's going to be $17,500, and then if you got the grant, then the full amount would be $17,600 we'd pay for, and $17,600 DES would pay for.
So it's a matching.
Yes, it's a match.
It's a matching.
It's for 10 days of pulling weeds.
And I know we've put it in Goodwin Basin and everywhere else. I mean, I obviously, been there and walked through this. But are we now at a point where, I mean, Linda, it is a little hard, and I know that we talked about this a couple of years on the years ago on the budget committee too. That are we now at the point that can't we just use this money to hire people to pull? And I get Tom did that patch testing, but that was one person patch testing. That wasn't paying for 30 people to go in one day and pull.
4 or 5 years, all we did was the hand pulling, all right? And tried to control it that way. Then DES came back. They're the one who surveys where it is. And they said, no, these are the areas that you should be putting chemicals in. It's not the local Milfoil committee who says, okay, I'm going to put it here, or when it's time to do the full thing. We take the expertise from DES. One of the places that we have a lot of problems is the frog pond. That's where they're asking to do it. We're not putting any herbicide in the main part of Back Bay this year or last year because we're going to do the hand pulling. And we will do that until the point it gets so overgrown again that DES says put chemicals.
I just want to make sure that
goes out and pulls, and you're right, they pull, they're out there all the time. Their request was for chemicals. So that's the best I can tell you.
I just want to make sure, though, that the people know. I mean, you made it sound like they spray, they put the herbicide in the water, and then you immediately can go swimming.
The time that you have to stay out of the water now is less than a day.
That's right, but that's still when they put it in, you cannot be in that water.
And I think that's swim in chemicals.
I just think that's important to say.
Fine.
That's all. And I just would encourage more hand pulling.
John?
So Jody does make a good point. So my grandparents' house was down on the other side of the switch on the train trestle. And when I was 6 years old, we could go out there all day long and catch fish off that big rock. And now you go down there, it's bare right to the bottom, the sun's beating in there, the water's heating up, and there's no structure left at all. Actually, the Milfoil actually created a shade where it cooled down the water, the fish hid, the minnows hid, and the ecosystem actually was pretty lively at that point.
Sure. Have we closed the public hearing?
No. Yes. Public hearing's still open if you want to speak. Won't be for long.
Okay, I grew up on a lake in Hamilton, Massachusetts, Chabaco Lake. Had a 20 to 30 foot mucky sediment. And when I was probably 10 to 12 years old is when milfoil appeared in New England. Now the milfoil came into that lake because of the mucky bottom, and it choked the lake right out. And I watched them do all the steps and everything. So what I'm getting at is, like, even with Lake Wentworth has a lot of sand, a lot of gravel, a lot of rocks. Yeah, you might see a patch of the milfoil, but it's not going to choke out Wentworth. I mean, it really isn't gonna. And I used to snorkel down in the milfoil. So when you look at milfoil, when it grows thick, it lays up flat on the top, and you look at it and you're like, that's just matted, that looks horrible. But if you put on a snorkel and a mask and go down, it opens up, you can swim through it. I mean, it's just, I know it's nature, it's not native, but white man wasn't nature either, a native a long time ago in America. So, I mean, there's an aspect of, well, I know what I wanted to say. There's a right way to hand pull them, and there's a wrong way to hand pull them. The biggest problem with milfoil weeds is the seeds are so small, you just brush up against that milfoil, the seeds come off. So if someone goes and says, like, I don't know if Dive Shop uses the proper equipment, there's all sorts of bags. You're supposed to just pull the bag down over the milfoil, and it's got to have real small, fine things to catch all the seeds, and you get it that way, and the root. But if you're talking ripping, and I watch some of these companies out there that pull the weeds professionally, and you know what they're in for the business for? It's because they know that the way I watch them do it, the seeds are going everywhere, and it's job security for next year or the year after. So I just want to make these points, and we'll see what happens, okay?
Yep. I'm going to close the public hearing. Board?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
All right, so I apologize to Bobby for putting a motion out there, so now you're going to get two. It seems to me that there's a conversation here that says, first of all, at least in this audience, we don't know what the name of the chemical is, and we don't know whether it's been put on some list of, I just did a quick Google search of the Toxic Substances Control Act. And one of our members out there said, you know, you can't believe DES. I don't know who to believe, but if it's on a list or not on a list, my tendency is if it ain't on the list, I'm going to believe that it's not on the list. So first thing would be I'd make a motion that the select board be briefed on the nature of the chemical that is to be used in the water body to determine whether it is on the Toxic Substances Control Act.
I'll second that for discussion. And I did a little bit of quick research on Lake Okeechobee. They were using Roundup. They were using glyphosate. That was back in 2018. And that is a pesticide that causes phosphorus in two ways. It's in it, and when it kills the weeds, it kills them in mass instead of slowly, so they fall and they decompose to phosphorus in the bottom. So it's completely different than what we're doing. This is why when I hear a problem, when a citizen comes to me and talks to me about something, I research the hell out of it before I make a decision. I talk to multiple people, multiple sources, have to call people back 5 times, 6 times, send 7 emails till I get the information. I'm not going to speak until I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, Jim, how time sensitive is this grant?
So according to the paperwork, it has to be submitted no later than February 13th, 2026.
Okay, so we could put it off to our next.
I'll amend my motion, and Brian seconded. I'll amend my motion that prior to the 1st of February. What day did you say, Jim? 13 February?
Before that.
I understand.
13th of February.
So prior to the, at the next meeting, at our next meeting, we should get briefed on this, on the nature of this chemical. You okay with that, Brian, for a second?
Yes.
Thank you. So that motion I'd like to put, and then once that's done, I'm going to recommend that the board go ahead and accept the funds, so that, we'll get briefed, and if we find out that this is nasty stuff, then we just decide we ain't taking the money.
Okay, we want to act on your first motion then?
Please.
Okay, would you just repeat it?
Ah, shucks. A motion that
The general.
motion that the select board be briefed as to the nature of the chemical to be used in treatment and as to whether it's on the Toxic Substances Control Act list, and that should be provided to the select board either in writing or in oral form at our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Second again.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye. Okay, here comes the next one. And I screwed it up the first time, so here it comes again. In accordance with RSA 31:95-B3, bracket A, relative to the Wolfeboro Milfoil Committee to receive a 2026 Exotic Aquatic Plant Control Grant from the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, bracket NHDES, for expenses incurred in the prevention of aquatic species - exotic species plant control in the amount up to $17,775, and to have the town manager sign for
All the documents.
all the documents.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay, so we're going to know what the chemical is, we're going to know whether it's on the list, but we're going to go ahead and prosecute the grant. If we find out it's nasty stuff, we can just back away from the grant, and
Yep.
no disrespect, Bobby, you get a snorkel on and you're in the water. There you go. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is a bulk vote.
And
This
Susan,
is weekly manifests, supplemental tax bills, current land use change tax, abatements. E is property tax exemptions and credits. F, intent to cut wood or timber, and G, yield tax levy. Somebody want to make a motion on A through G?
I'll make a motion to accept the bulk vote A through G.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next on our agenda is new business. Extended use of Great Hall to perform its stage company.
Ben Dudley. My apologies, I'm a little new at this. So Performance Stage Company, we are renting the space, and we needed approval to leave some stuff in the Great Hall here. We needed to have an apron in front of the stage. It would extend the stage by about 4 feet, and it would be about the length of the stage at the same height. We need to cover up the windows for the duration of the time that we'd be in here, which is May 9th through May 24th. And we would need to be able to leave our flats for our set on the stage. They would just be up against the back wall, and they wouldn't interfere with the majority of the stage.
Linda?
Yeah, I was reading the dates, and I would like to table this and send it to Park and Recreation. They do senior events up here, and they do senior meals, and I'm not sure, and they do, I think it's bingo and coffee, and I don't know what they do here, and I want to make sure that it doesn't interfere with any of our senior programs. And if it's a temporary event, those go out to the department heads to give us input. Since this was a request to use the Great Hall, and since Park and Rec is starting to use the Great Hall for senior programs, we probably need to add to this application that it is first sent by Park and Rec to make sure we don't have any conflicts. Other than that, I don't have an issue, but I don't want to see that happen.
We were in communication with Amy about the dates that the Parks and Recs would be in here, and we were willing to work around their schedule. Because I'm aware that they had some events that were in here that overlapped. I'm unsure if our set would interfere with anything that they had going on, though.
I mean, we've got plenty of time. I just feel that we should at least ask Park and Rec and have them give us, Amy is a wonderful secretary, but she's not head of Park and Rec, and I really would like to honor the seniors and have Park and Rec do that, and if there's no conflict, I don't see an issue with it. I just don't want to have something have to go somewhere else.
And the other thing was being able to leave lights up in the balcony, because we are a theater production. We like to bring in some lights and light the stage. But no one's seeing any issues with anything I've mentioned so far?
No, so May 11th, 1 to 6, that would be our morning bingo. That's done by 11 in the morning.
I still think we just should send it to Park and Rec.
We have time.
And I'm okay with that. And May 18th, which is the other one they have, is the senior lunch. And I see May 18th is 2:30 to 5:30. So I'm thinking that Amy looked at that schedule already. We can check with her, but the 2:30 would be after the senior lunch is done, because the senior lunch is 12 to 2. So I assume she did, but it's okay if we want to go back and have this addressed again.
I think the Great Hall here, now that they're using it, we should add it, and that should be taken first priority, and it should be run by through Park and Rec as backup information for us to know for sure.
I'm going to move to table this particular request with the understanding that somebody from Parks and Rec will be reaching out to you within the next couple of days. We'll call you, all right?
Thank you very much.
You don't have to chase us.
John?
I need a second.
So have you done it here before?
Yes, sir. We've done it here maybe 3 or 4 times with varying configurations. We've always done window covers. We've always done a set on the stage. We've always had lights up in the balcony. So far as having stages, in addition to your stage, I believe we've done 2 or 3 different configurations. This will be our smallest that we've done.
So this will be the smallest. So did you ever have a problem?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you ever have a problem?
No, sir. No. The other thing that I was asked to request was if we could get a reduction in our rental price. We are a 501 nonprofit organization focused on youth education, specifically in Shakespearean arts.
Mr. Senecal, I have a motion and no second. I don't know what's going on. Should we second it for discussion, or we second it?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
I'll vote for it if the tabling means that we have all of our answers and we don't hold them up so that he can come back on February 4th.
What I'd like is similar to what we get on a temporary event, that she signs off that it works for her. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. At a temporary event, we do that. And so if she signs off, all the times are fine, then I just think that we should put it through to her and let her sign off on it.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the 2026 hawkers and peddlers licenses, spaces 1 through 4.
Who's here?
So you have all the information in front of you regarding the hawkers and peddlers licenses, renewal of the existing vendors, same spaces, pretty straightforward for your consideration.
There is one request that the town consider evening hours for Peter Webster, who sells sunglasses.
Sunglasses at night?
Yep.
Yeah. I looked at the limitation on the ordinance, And 73-7 said all carts should be off the street from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. That sure seems like he can be there until about
11 p.m.
10:55. And so I think we just need to get back to him and let him know that that's the time and that he can stay there until then. I think it's a communication issue.
All right.
Can't you buy a hot dog down there at 7 o'clock at night? When you can, right?
Because it's 11 p.m., you have to be off the street, so you sure
buy a
can,
hot dog at 8? Of course you can.
yeah, you got to, but
So
just before
sunglasses.
11, you have to have
to
your
bug
hot
out.
dog. You have to have your hot dog.
Somebody want to make a motion to, for the hawkers and peddlers licenses?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, C has been removed. D, discussion dockside pipe, update, Public Works. Have we had enough discussion on this, so we don't need any further, other than I will definitely be working with Steve in reference to this.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I reserved my questions till this section, so you want to go first, Steve? I do have a bunch of questions.
Sure. I'd actually like to answer a couple of, Mr. Chairman, if I could, that a few people have brought up, if that's okay.
Yep.
The first one, I think that actually bothered me the most, and I want to clarify right from the start, is Josh Thomas is probably one of the greatest assets that we have to this town. He is nothing but professional. So that report was forwarded to me on the 19th. Josh did everything that he was supposed to do. So the implication that he didn't, that needs to be squared away and taken straight. The next thing, John, so you've been here been a selectman for almost a year. I would think our communication has been pretty good. Anytime you've asked for something, we've gone back and forth. We've met on numerous sites. We've gone over numerous things. A week and a half ago, you texted me or emailed me on a Saturday about a slippery spot. We went back and forth with emails, took care of that. So I went back through my emails looking for the one that you sent requesting the report. I don't doubt that you sent it. I can't find it. So my point is, if it's been 30 days or however long it's been, why not just send another one or pick up the phone and ask for it? When I saw you on Monday and I flipped it to you from my phone, is because I had it downloaded on my phone. I'd be more than happy to have given it to you just like as I did Linda. So the narrative that I have a bit of an issue with, honestly. So I'd like to straighten that out a little bit because that's not accurate. Now we'll get back on the point. With Jody's idea, we can do that tank if that's something you folks would like. I think an easier way would be to cap it again with a spigot on the end that we can go down and sample it every month. We can turn the faucet on, take it right out of the end of the tap, send it out. Fecal chloroform is any form of warm-blooded animal. That could be us, that could be a bird, that could be a squirrel, that could be anything. So I would suggest we do species testing. Solve the issue. To imply that I went into the basement of a restaurant and re-piped a sump pump is ridiculous. Anybody and any of you folks that know me for this amount of time know that I am very adamant against doing anything on private property. So to think I would go in and plumb a sump pump or replumb a sump pump in a basement is ridiculous. Short of that, Paul, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Is that okay, Dave?
Go ahead, Paul.
Okay. We're not going to solve problems if we do what we've been doing over the past several years. That nothing gets solved when we do this kind of stuff. And I appreciate the chronology. It was really good. My first question. When you uncapped the pipe, did you get a lot of flow?
We got, yeah, for about 30 seconds.
You got flow?
Yeah, because it had been backed out.
You got like 4 inches of gushy.
Yeah, for a few seconds, yes.
You know that wet spot? Did you test it?
No.
And this is not directed at you. This is directed in around this. I'm putting maybe one of my colleagues on the spot. Was there ever an observation of a pipe being plumbed into the sump hole and then heading to the direction where the pipe leaving the building is? Did anybody ever observe that?
If that's to me?
I'm asking just out there.
So I
Yes
said,
or no?
I'll answer that.
Yeah, yes or no?
Yes.
Anybody with you when you did that observation?
The contractor from the downtown grill that was working in the basement, yes.
So again, I'm not doing the ad hominem attack stuff. So somebody observed that there was a pipe leaving a sump hole and heading in the direction of the foundation or however the heck it got out of the building. Okay. Okay.
So, if I may.
Yeah.
One of the things that we've done throughout all this process is a lot of you folks know Doug Lemery. He's been here for over 30 years.
Yeah.
Fantastic institutional knowledge. Years ago, there was a sump pump that fed into those things.
Yeah.
When it was discontinued, I can't answer that.
Got it.
But I can tell you back in 23, when it was under construction, I was in the basement with our code enforcement officer as we were pre-planning for the water, the new water project, and the sewer projects. And at that time, the discussion was all of their pumping, because of it being a restaurant, something to do with the code, don't know what it is, food on the floors, things like that. All of that stuff goes out to the sewer.
Okay. So, and thanks for that. So somewhere in the past, I'm just trying to stitch this thing together to find out, is there a circuit from a sump hole out to that pipe into Winnipesaukee? And when Luke came up here, I don't think he talked about the water coming out with pressure, but he did say he observed it. And I think somebody said they observed water coming out with pressure. Okay, okay.
So
something is going on in there. Okay, don't know where, don't know why, but
when we have sampled, it has taken about 15 minutes to fill up the small jars. And
So
I think you were there for one of those times.
My fourth question is, has there been any water testing in the sump holes? In other words, if you stuck your coffee cup in there and sent that off? Okay.
No, because they go to the sewer.
I'm hunting on a different space, just for a second, okay? Has the parking lot been drilled? In other words, have you...
Not since I've been here, no.
You know, stuck a hole in there to see? Okay. Has any of the basement slabs been drilled?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. I'm not an expert at this stuff. I'm just trying to figure out, we have one assertion that there might have been a pipe coming out of a sump hole. We have another assertion that the minimum threshold for the coliform bacteria is like 0.1, but it was like 2,400 times that.
Yes.
That's nasty. But
without a doubt.
It's nasty.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm not here to throw a rock at anybody. It's not my business to do that. Is it possible that we have a busted sewer line underneath the slab?
I would say no, because all those are new and they come out the front wall of the building. So could it be an older one from way back when that was discontinued? I can't answer that.
We don't know. Right. We don't know. Okay. So we don't know what, I respect that you think it's bird poop coming down a pipe, gutter drain, and I don't know. And Brian and John kind of went at You know, is it legal, is it not legal? I don't give a shit. I just want to get to where the source of the contaminant is. Because that's really what's important, right? I think. And so my unwashed version of this, could we sample under the slabs? Could we sample the sump holes? Could we go outside of the building and sample that little wet thing? And could we drill a couple of holes in the parking lot? That would create a handful of samples. What you may find, and I don't know, you're either going to find that all 4 holes or 5 holes show no contaminants. Conclusion would be you got bird poop coming down from the roof. Some of those holes could show contaminants, and you might find that you have leachate. Is that the right word? Leachate? Poop under the parking lot. Okay, you have something going on. One way or the other, if you do enough sampling around that perimeter, you're going to find something, and then you can stitch together where it's coming from. So that's how I try to process this stuff, because I respect what we're doing. I respect the work, but it just doesn't seem like we're getting at the problem. We're getting at stuff.
So what my suggestion is, and what my original plan was we capped it on the 18th and our 19th when we got the results. I suggest we cap it again, and for the winter we monitor that pipe. If you, we would have to ask permission to go into the basements and drill the holes. We can drill holes in the parking lot and try to get groundwater and see what we can do. I have no problems with any of those. But I think the first thing we should do is cap that pipe again.
Dave?
Brian?
So I agree with Paul. This is a reasonable, discussed in public solution for a potential problem. I agree with this. I also know that we've done examinations of our vintage sewer line, which is 1970s, so it's
I was still alive at that time.
It's pretty old. Let's call it, 56 years old. And I'm sure that there is some I&I in it, some infiltration somewhere.
Oh, there's a lot.
So if you have a pipe that has a massive amount of sewage going through it for 60 years, and there's a couple of little cracks, you could end up with 60 years of stuff that kind of blends into the ground. And if it does blend into the ground, yeah, it's gonna be there. We have 4 leach beds in my association, and I wouldn't dig down into the leach beds and play in them because it's a mess, but it's not harming the citizens right now. Is it getting into the lake? Don't know. If there are cracks in the sewer line, could it leach through groundwater into the lake area? Could it leach to a surface and be picked up by a roof drain? Yeah, water goes in a lot of different directions, in a lot of ways, and sometimes you don't understand why it's here when it's starting over there. So I understand all that. And we do have on our agenda someday redoing that sewer line as soon as we can get grants and have the money to fund that.
Dave?
Excuse me. Right. Paul?
Yeah, what's still, what's still causes me to head scratch is there have been at least 2 observations of water exiting under pressure. That's, and then, our colleague, Mr. Derek, thank you for, the annual flow of dryness. Water doesn't just burst out all by its onesie. Something's pushing it. An unclogging, a clogged up gutter. So, but if it's coming under pressure, capping it is just simply going to test that wet spot. So if you wanted to do something simple, personal opinion, I could be wrong, I'm not good at this stuff. If you wanted to, figure out what's going on, the first thing I'd do is, on the wet spot, pull it up and see what it's looking like. then you're close. But I mean, Brian makes a point. That pipe may have more cracks in it than you can shake a stick at, and it may be pulling water in from the parking lot, which is infiltration, or it could be sending water to the parking lot, which is the wrong, which is nasty. Anyway, at any direction, if you do these little dots around there, you might be able to stitch it together and figure out what's going on.
Again, which is fine. Pass that down the table. Table comes to me. No issues one way or another.
What would you recommend we do?
I recommend that we put the cap back on and we have a spigot on it so we can continually test the water. So the cap was on for 2 months and it backed up to the edge of that deck.
You think?
Huh?
You think?
We think.
So as we observed, took the cap off, ran for a few seconds, emptied. We want to continue to test that. We need to build up some water. If there is a pump somewhere connected to it, as John suggests that we can't find, if there's one someplace, that should start to create volume and it should back up and create a problem for somebody wherever it is. We can't find it. He can't find it, I can't find it, we can't find it. If we cap it, solves any question anybody has about anything going into the lake, gives me the ability to test it. And then if there's a problem somewhere, it'll back up.
So I could do a calculation if I wanted to on a 4-inch pipe that's 60 feet long and figure out how many gallons of water and then multiply the amount of water coming out of that per day times 45 days that it would cap, and I'd probably get a hell of a lot more water than that little pipe. Now, if it's cracked and there was a hell of a lot of water gushing out of it, it would be gushing out onto the parking lot. And how do I know that? Because we had a water main break from, well, it's not even a main. It was a small line that was a branch off of one of our mains in my neighborhood. It was 9 feet down and it was bubbling to the top like the Beverly Hillbillies.
That's a whole different pressure system, Brian. So that's not the world's greatest comp. But I understand where you're coming from. So we, meaning me, and what we designed for or what we set up for how to handle this, obviously is not liked. So these are my suggestions on what I think we should do. And ultimately, at this point, it comes back to you folks, and you decide what it is you want us to do with it.
Yeah.
John?
So when you sent the camera up the pipe, did you actually have a video monitor?
Yes.
So when you had that video monitor, did you actually take a video of that video monitor?
They did not video it. They just sat and watched it.
Okay. So my recommendation the next time would be when you have the video monitor and you can go up the pipe, then later on you can look and see if there's actually other pipes that come into that pipe. Because what usually happens is if you've ever done drainage, you know that a lot of times what people do is they just hook a 90 in. They don't actually think that somebody's actually gonna stick a camera up the pipe. So actually what they would do is they would put a couple 22s in that bend so that you could snake up around there. And then actually where there's a Y, you actually don't get past the Y, you don't get past the T. So there's a good chance that where that pipe does come up, the pipe, because the pipe that I saw coming out of the downtown grill came out directly underneath the downtown grill, came across the floor at an angle, and then out the building on the front of the building. And the reports that I just heard yesterday was there's actually another sump pump in the Lackshaw building. And if that comes out, does that come out under the ground between the alley and then go straight ahead where that other pipe goes? So we don't know that aspect
Dave,
of it. And I'm not questioning Josh Thomas. Not at all. I followed the protocols. He did his job. There was never any question about Josh Thomas. So we can square that one away. We think he did his job. He provided everything to the facility. They said it was in good condition, so there was never a question. The question comes in where that sample goes after Josh Thomas receives the results. And that's why what I did was I emailed the town manager to follow the process. And the reason that I emailed the town manager and then copied you is because I wanted to hear from our leader. leader, what are you doing? What's the protocol? Sometimes what you do is you listen to your leader, and then when he gives you the information, you can say, did you consider this? And then you can kind of massage the conversation a little bit, and together you can come up with a program. So to not hear anything, and I brought it up 2 other times, and I still hadn't got a response. That, to me, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for some direction from my leader. It was nothing against you. When we went to the Waters meeting, I was kind of surprised that Linda actually got the report before I did, because I had already had a message out to say, tell me what you found. Tell me the test. When you took the initial test, actually, Steve and Nick came down. I was there early on in the day. That smell was being blown because it was coming out in a force. It was forcing all that air out of the pipe in a gush. So we was just standing there, and then I said, do you smell that? He says, yes, I do. We walked down around the side, and it did another cycle. And then when Nick came down, yeah, it was trickling out, and they said, well, geez, you know, it's in there. And I said, let me get a bag. I'll get a bag, and I'll get the sample. And yeah, it took me quite a while. But you know what I did with the sample? I put it in front of his nose, and And so at that point, we actually knew that it was pretty nasty stuff. They sent it to your facility over a filter bed. You did the test. I called Jim. I said, so what's the test? Test for traces of nitrates and sulfates. We're going to send it to the state and do another test. You send it to the state. They do another test. It comes back with coliform E. coli and other nitrates and sulfates. So, and when you look at the test I learned today, where the test that they did had an X next to it, and when you see that X, that means times 10. So really, when it comes down to it, that test may not have just read 2,400. It may have been 24,000. So we really, and to question what I saw is fine, but I know what I saw, and I didn't just go underneath there and say, I'm going to make an issue out of this because this is what I want to do this day. That isn't what I wanted to do. I was trying to respond to what I thought was a legitimate concern, and as a select board member, I thought I could do something different than what I could do before when I was a nobody and I was just on the planning board. Because obviously what happened when I was a nobody, I told the planning director and nothing happened. And I had no power at that point in time. All I could do was tell the appropriate authorities, and whatever they did with it, they did with it. And obviously, Brian, they didn't do anything with it. And so at this point, now it rears its ugly head. And you did hear Luke say, when I did the boat ramp, it had a foul smell. We had a turbidity curtain, and there was a foul smell and water coming out of there. So obviously at that point, there was a foul smell and there was water coming out of it, and that was like 5 years ago. So at this juncture, you can actually say that within 5 years, there's been sewer something or other coming out of that pipe. How do we resolve this? Begin with the end in mind. The end in mind is to find the solution of where the source is coming from. End of story. And how we get there, if we have to dig that pipe up and keep on searching it to find where the end of the pipe is, then you've got the source.
May I? I'm fine with that. I would think we do species testing first, especially since we are in the middle of January. I think we do cap it and do species testing. We spend the money for that. Figure out what it is first. Then we can know exactly what it is, whether it's human, whether it's bird, whether it's whatever. We can know what it is. Because once we know what it is, then we can figure out the path to solve the problem. Because right now we would just be digging blind with no... Identify what it is first.
So I guess I agree with you there, but the question that I have is, has somebody rerouted a sump pump pipe to the municipal sewer so it's actually not going in there? Because if you waited multiple days and that thing was cycling on a regular basis, it wasn't cycling every 30 seconds, because if you cycle every 30 seconds and shut off for 30 seconds, you have 2,000 gallons a day coming out of that pipe. And we were in a drought, so the question was, where's the water coming from? We were in a drought for 14 days before November 7th down there. The lake only had this much water in it. I was digging in a hole that was powder dry. So the water wasn't coming from the ground. It wasn't coming from the gutter and the sky. It was coming from a source somewhere. So at this point, somebody might have said, okay, that thing's backing up. We need to do something different with it. And at this point, if you've already capped the pipe and you've now you've taken it off, who instructed the idea to uncap the pipe?
So that came about on, was that the 15th? So that came out on the 15th after our inspection.
So did you consult the town manager and say, I'm going to uncap the
Both
pipe?
the health inspector and town manager.
Okay, so that's on us then. So if we go down there right now and we sit there and we get a dribble out of that pipe and you put it in the bag and then you smell it and it's, then you know that you've got a test. I mean, when you took the thing off and you didn't do a test at that point in time.
No, we did not.
Okay.
So really, have we done a test since?
So we tried to sample today, actually, but there was nothing coming out of the pipe. So we went down there a couple times today, and pipe was barely even a drip every few minutes. So the goal is to sample. So the next time we get rain, or the next time we get a sunny day after some snow, every day we're going to go down and check it and see if we can get any kind of flow out of that pipe, which we will then sample and take over.
And when you wrote in the letter, I surmise, well, at this point, I guess I'm going to surmise with you that that pipe backed up somewhere and somebody's done something with it to re-divert it, and you haven't been in that building. You haven't been able to get into that building. You don't know where that location is. It's behind a wall in a closet or something. So basically, we're all going blind at this point. But what we know is we had it in November, and now we don't have it. And how we get there, I think we missed an opportunity to actually identify it at that point. It's very possible that it might rear its head again, but if it's not flowing right now, the chances are it's been rerouted.
Dave?
Paul?
So it's a continuing theme here that there was an observation by Mr. Thurston and a contractor that there was a pipe coming out of a sump hole heading towards, thank you for the photograph, heading towards that, okay? Again, I'm not good at this, but anybody think about putting a dye pellet in the toilet and flushing it down and letting it rip? Anybody think about putting a dye pellet in the sump hole and pouring 5 gallons of water and seeing where it goes?
So
anybody think about putting one up on the roof, something in a,
we talked about the roof today.
put it, put it in a bag and let it just leach when it rains and see if it comes out?
When Dave and I were in the basement, we talked about dye packs, but every single pipe in that basement runs forward into South Main through the sewer line. There is nothing to dye. You know what I mean? There isn't I wonder if.
But here's
that's the problem.
Sumps are in a slab, and they're getting groundwater coming up from the ground, and then they're pumping it out. I got that part. So by process of elimination, if you put a dye pellet in the sumps and it ain't coming out the back door, it's going out the front door. Got that part. However, if you put dye packs around these sumps, and even though it's going out the front door, you still find evidence that you got something going out the back door, then you know that maybe the ground is saturated. I'm just trying to logically find the ways in which you could examine this thing, and I agree with you. We shouldn't be kind of like, shooting darts at it. but systematically take a way to look at this. My last question, other than the dye pellet, one more, is are we sure, and this doesn't speak to my age, are we sure that there ain't a sewer line down here that's been compromised? Are we positive that there isn't one down there?
We have no records of one being down there.
That's a different issue.
But, correct.
Sure?
But from institutional knowledge of talking with the guys that have dug up down there for years, there is no sewer line.
Just for the benefit of the public,
Yes.
I mean, there is a plat.
Yeah.
Not a boundary survey. There's a plat of that parking lot, and the only thing I saw on the plat was the route coming out of the Avery building.
Yep, there's one under the, yeah.
Directly to the water, and these pipes in question, and there are several, are identified as on the seawall, but there's no route.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just wondering if maybe somehow we bollocksed a sewer line or somebody punched a hole in one.
Not to my knowledge and not to anybody on staff's knowledge.
So we either have
It's a
ground
line.
infiltration, we're illegally discharging, or we got something else going on. Those are the three areas I'd hunt. Okay,
Dave.
thank you.
I'll ask for myself, Dave. Can you give me a tour, with or without Steve, of the basement of that building? And should the rest of the board want to join us? Because speculation. I'd like to see for myself, and more than one set of eyes, or to just give me peace to know that, yeah, the pipes are here, the pipes are there, the pipes are not going here, they're not going there. That's one. Second thing, I did just get a message from our Jim's executive assistant. Park and Rec has scheduled around, or is working, Parks and Rec has the schedule, we are working around them. So that is to do with the,
We're on a different topic now.
with the,
I mean, we've tabled that.
yeah. And sorry, I should have put it on the notes. So it was already scheduled with Parks and Rec schedule in place, so that was done. It's just that we probably should have figured that out on our own.
And we should put a form with it while Park and Rec is doing it. So I think we can take care of that. I think that's
Okay, we're getting
clear.
off subject here.
So, does the board want to, Dave, do you want to take me, and does the board want to attend?
I
Or
have one more thing.
I'd go with you.
Okay.
I have one more thing. So the pipe comes down from the gutter, it's in the alley. Why can't we cut the pipe off and allow it to drain into the crushed stone that's underneath the deck? Why didn't the Downtown Grill, Peter Ford building, put a area underneath the deck with crushed stone so that they can, why are we allowing the gutter to continue to run into the lake? Why don't we just cut it off there and allow it to go into the ground there? And then at that point, there should be nothing that goes into the lake.
I can't answer that, John. That's outside of our public works scope.
I'm
but yeah.
just throwing that out there.
Well, the first thing we're trying to do is orient that pipe to find out if there was anything else going into it where we can't see it past where it's broken. There's a place from here, and you can see there's concrete here. There's a condenser here between the buildings, and then we see the pipe on the other side of that.
So
what we're going to do was to dig this area up, find the end of this pipe where it's not broken, because the visual showed it's broken. Once we get to that point, we can then put a scope in it up past here and see if, like you said, there are any pipes coming into it from somewhere else. The Latchaw building could be pumping in under here, possible. Filters through the ground and then into this pipe. My recollection was from talking to Steve, and when they did the scoping, they didn't physically see any pipes coming into it up to this point. Doesn't mean there isn't a spot somewhere under here we can't see.
So
that's what we were going to do next.
The other thing is, if you take a pipe right into the ground where the crushed stone is between the two buildings, you could undermine the dirt in between there.
Yeah,
You could end
well-
up with water flow into the basement of one of the buildings. I
Once
would
we
not want
know
to have a
what we're
pipe
dealing with,
dropping my water along the foundation of my house to potentially get into my basement.
Can I add a couple more things?
Sure.
We, as Public Works, we can only go so far, obviously, is what our, whatever the word is, jurisdiction. You know, there's a couple other things we could do. We could try to reach out to the landowner to see if he would give us permission to drill a hole in that pipe, the one that's above ground. We could stick a hose in there. There's a lot of other things we can do if that's where you guys want to go with this. If it's a peace of mind thing, then that's easy
My
enough.
selfish interest on this is clear. We're going to go wherever we need to go, with permission, of course. We got to find out where this shit's coming from.
Then,
Pardon me for using the word, but we got to find out where it's coming from. So I'm not, you know, I'm just getting a little amped
I'm
up
with you.
because,
Nope,
you know, let's
100%.
not just dance around it. I mean, we got to do what we need to do. The numbers don't look good on the report. There is an observation allegedly been made that was backed up by another person that there might have been a connection that probably wasn't the right thing to do, may have gotten changed. I got all of that. We're still running bad stuff out of the pipe. It's got to get researched wherever we need to go.
So, back to my original question. Would you like me to put the cap back on that pipe?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I need to know.
I like the faucet idea. I thought that was kind of
So
clever.
when we would like to, Linda and I would like to go down to the basement, Dave. When could you set up a time for
I'll
us?
set up a time and get in touch with you.
I'll go too.
So we'll have
notice
to
a meeting.
It'll have to be noticed as a
Notice a meeting. I'd like to go.
John, are you joining us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
No,
No, for getting
Respectfully,
back on point.
respectfully, thank you for doing that, but, and I hate to do the thank you thing. We just we got to problem solve. Otherwise, we're not going to solve any problems. So I appreciate you bringing this to the attention. I don't think there's any felons in the room. I just think we need to be a little more systematic in the way in which we prosecute problems.
For clarification, in case it was misunderstood, Steve, I want to make this clear. In pointing out Josh, my reason for pointing out Josh was not to negatively reflect on him at all, simply to state he's a knowledgeable guy for receiving test data. And without standing up here accusing somebody, including Josh, my gut told me there's no way Josh sat on that report by himself. So I'm going to ask Mr. Randall here, other than yourself, that clearly now somebody did get the report back in November. Was it distributed to anyone else? Can I ask why? Please, thank you.
Fair question. Fair question.
Sorry. So we sample dozens of things a month, and unless specifically asked, they'd never go past me. That's Public Works reads them. We make our plans. We do our things. Meet with the town manager twice a month. We give him brief updates of what we're doing. So when Linda had asked me for it, she sent me an email and asked me for it. That was on.
It was January 12th, just before Wolfeboro Waters Committee meeting,
She
because I
sent an
knew it was
email.
coming up.
She sent an email that morning. I emailed it to her. When John had came in during that meeting, we were talking, and he didn't have it. So I had it on my phone. I forwarded it to him right away, which goes back to what I had said to him. I thought we have a very good communication. So if anybody ever needs anything, same thing goes to you. If you ever have any questions, you can call me. I would have given you the report just as I would have given it to Bobby. People just have to ask. We don't. So just to my point, we don't distribute every single test result of everything that we do. We can, if that's what they would like. But that is our practice. We get it, we do, we interpret. You follow me?
I follow you, Crystal.
I'm going to put that in the category of we need to learn.
Thank you.
more,
Yes,
better.
our communication methods need to
That's all.
improve.
We just need to get better at it. Clearly, that's a poo on the fan report. Probably should have been wallpapered. I know that It's my personal opinion. I think that would have been better to get it out, but we need to learn better.
I think this is a good example for a couple of reasons. One, yes, communication breakdown, regardless of who makes the original communication. Number two on this, to the replumbing. No one stood up here accusing you of, Mr. Randall, sorry, of replumbing a sump pump. What I am accusing of is somebody changed the routing of that pipe. Not suggesting the town did it all. Somebody did. Because, as Mr. Thurston pointed out, as it's been illustrated, the volume of water that was coming out under pressure cycling is nothing more than a pump source creating that. So somebody changed direction, which is why safely you can uncap that currently and have barely a trickle coming out of there. You're right, there's barely a trickle. That's not what it was. And keep in mind the graph you have that shows the weather. And if you take the 2 weeks prior and the month of November being drought is when this event was happening, well, we could argue groundwater right now with all the storms we've had is a whole lot higher, and now we have a trickle coming out of that pipe. Something changed. You don't have to be the scientist to say something's different.
Right.
So we need to get, please, Brian, Mr. O'Brien, to your point, dig deeper, find out the source. I think if you do soil samples in front of that back door, you're going to find what you're looking for. Thank you.
Dave.
Okay.
Dave.
Yes.
So I think that what we need to do, and I try and do it as much as I can, when I have an issue that I find or a question or a concern, I send it to the town manager, and my first ask always is, please forward this to the select board, so that anything that I correspond with, and you know what Jim does? He himself or his executive assistant forwards it to the select board, so that they are apprised of what I've seen, heard, what I am doing. It's a good way to keep communication between all, so that we all know what's going on with a specific situation.
Let's all get better.
And I do believe that we could have less groundwater going through it now because we have frozen ground. So that's causing an issue. We've had sub-zero temperatures without melt, so that things aren't even melting off roofs and off the ground right now. So we do have to, things are going to change in the spring, and we're going to see that. I agree with Steve that we should cap it, keep draining it as we need to, testing it as we need to, getting a species test on it so we know, because if it comes out human, then we know that we have to find out where it's coming from. Is it a pipe under the building that's broken? Is it leaching from a sewer line out in the street? Is something else going on that we can't see? And I thank Dave for having a meeting down in the basement so that we can all look at where things are going.
So the suggestion is to put a cap on the pipe with a silcock, so that when you go down there, all you have to do is open the silcock, you can take the sample, shut the thing back off, and you continue to be capped.
Correct.
Great.
Yep. That's what we said.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving right along. Next is discussion of 2026 estimated revenues. Jim?
Okay, in front of you, you have a memo from me putting together the estimated revenues for the 2026 operating budget. To start off with, there was a question asked the other night, and I would like to try to clarify the question that was asked. Why are we in our operating budget putting together the cost for the Pop Whalen Arena, the sewer, the electric, and the water departments? New Hampshire RSA 32.5, Roman numeral 3, allocates that all appropriations shall be stipulated on a gross basis. So we, by law, are required to do this. As a result of that, on the other side of the house, there is a series of estimated revenues which are contemplated when we're setting the tax rate. You have the memo in front of you. You have a outline of the 2025 budgeted revenues, the 2025 received revenues, the preliminary revenues estimated for 2026, and the differential between the 2026 proposed and the 2025 received. I'd note a couple of areas of significant change. One of those is miscellaneous grants. You'll see a reduction of about $178,000 there. That's an estimate based on what we think we will be receiving. You will also see a reduction in household hazardous waste, where we no longer operate that program. And if you recall, in 2025, we terminated the program, so we received revenue from the town of Alton from the dissolving of the intermunicipal agreement. A reduction on interest on investments, and a reduction on interest from bond proceeds. That gives you a outline for your estimated revenues. This did go in front of the Budget Committee. They had a couple of questions. I was able to answer it. And then the back page outlines the estimated revenues for the enterprise funds. The slide up on the screen right now shows general fund operating revenues, which will be readjusted in September of 2026 of $5,481,000. Water revenues equal the budget. Electric, sewer, Pop Whalen all equal the budget for total revenues, meaning that we will be raising through taxation for the general fund operating budget $14,927,406. I can answer any questions that you might have regarding the estimated revenues.
Dave?
Do you have any questions? Paul?
So for the benefit of the public, and it took me a couple of rounds around the block to get my head around this, we have to account for every nickel that we're going to bring in. Dog licenses, marriage licenses, birth, whatever. We have to account for all of it. And guessing is mostly not allowed. On or around September, we have to and we send it down to the state on a form. I got the form number here. You don't, unless you want to know it, I'll tell you later. On or around September, we have to re-estimate what those revenues are going to be. If we're off base from what we think we were going to appropriate, we have to make adjustments. And it's important to do that because I never really, it's called your capital. It's all the capital we're bringing in. A dog license is considered a capital expense to the town. So I know we count how revenues or how costs go up and down, but we're seeing a growth in revenues. Pop Whalen actually growth. Last year or this year, it's estimated to bring in $413,000. Next year, $549,000. So, you know, that would be a little hand clap. The electric fund in 2025 is going to bring in around $10,750,000. Next year, it's going to bring in $11,147. So a little bit of growth in the electric fund. I know people are ratepayers are saying I don't like the growth. Well, you know, shut the lights on. But we have to itemize everything we're going to appropriate. It's capital. And then we have to re-estimate it. And if we make a boo-boo, like if we get promissory, you know, capital, somebody's going to give us money as a donation and it doesn't come in, we have to tell the state that money ain't coming in. And we have to, you know, we have to do adjustments. Thanks for doing this, Jim. It's a tough piece of staff work to do, but I appreciate it.
Dave?
Brian?
The two things that are a little concerning is two things from the state, and that's that there's going to be less grant money coming across our door than we've seen in the last 5 years. That's one. And number two, we're already seeing a reduction in the meals and rooms tax. And there are bills in the state right now that are looking at trying to make it so that towns like Wolfeboro become a donor town, and that we collect a lot of money in rooms and meals tax for our the places people stay and the restaurants they eat at, and then that money will be redistributed to towns that don't have rooms and meals tax available to them. So that's something that I think as a board we have to look at and maybe write a letter to Concord and try and make sure that that doesn't happen. On an annual basis, we're going to have to do it because this is going to be a reoccurring theme.
Question, comment?
Yeah, I had one on, I want to thank Jim. I looked at this and I was concerned about the pilot for the MED, and they had estimated at $390,150 in 2025, and we only took in $65,308. And Jim reminded me is that it's what the budget had asked for, and so that was the change. So other than that, I thought the figures looked reasonable to me, and I could see why they either went up or down.
And I would just say regarding that pilot, that's not an arbitrary number. We had an evaluation done of the infrastructure for the electric department. That was done in 2023 by FOG appraisals, and this will always be 1 year in arrears when we set this for the upcoming years. They base it on the revaluation and appraisals of the town. So, and like I said, I was conservative to the point that our general fund estimated revenues are $1 million short compared to last year.
And the driver on that, Jim? Big driver is?
Big driver is reduction on the investments, miscellaneous grants, and no interest from bonding.
So a wise guy's comment is the punch bowl has been taken away. The grant money, which was the punch bowl, has been removed from the... That's the disrespectful comment. I apologize for those passing out punch bowls. And Brian's point is right about rooms and meals, but we've had a lot of construction going on in the town, and building permit fees are up very modestly. And that was a comment that that Bill Scott was observing to us is if we get a little more, and I know this is going to upset people, but there is a demand for building, and right now it's difficult to get a permit. We need to straighten that out for two reasons. One is it's just good customer service, my personal opinion, and second is it is a source of revenue for the town if we want that revenue source to become realized. We might not. All the other stuff, which is motor vehicle and things, which is healthy, a lot of people moving into town because they're registering their cars, went from 1.9 to over 2 million. And rooms and meals tax, I think, Brian, you're right. I don't know if we write a letter or get any help, but it's going in the wrong direction.
I'm gonna tag up on what Paul just said on the builders. Are we moving the process along for the builders? Are we giving them the services that we are supposed to be giving them? Mm-hmm. Or are they coming in saying, I need a meeting, I want to get my permit? Or are they saying, geez, this is a great process. I'm coming in, mm-hmm. I'm getting my questions answered, mm-hmm. and I get my permit, and I'm out the door, and my clients, who are my taxpayers, they're thrilled right now. Mm-hmm. Can we say that?
I think relative to the building permit fees, yes. I think our code official has done an outstanding job in setting expectations for the applicants when they come in, and I think he has created a little bit of change that initially, when he first got here, was a little problematic for some of the builders, but I think they've bought into his program, and I think relative to the building permit fees and the fees associated with the code office, yes, they are, and I think he's doing an outstanding job.
Okay, thank you, Joel. As I look through this preliminary revenues compared to 2025 revenues, there are a ton of them that are half of what they were. Property tax interest, cemeteries, cable franchise fees.
Good.
We understand that one. Go down the dock fees.
Good.
Why are they good if they're going down? Those are the people that are paying us to do.
We haven't settled on the prices yet, if at all. And on cable franchise fees, it's good. People are cutting the cord and they're saving money. Good. We gotta go along for the ride on that one. If somebody wants to save a couple of $100 a month on their cable bill, and that means that they don't have to pay us 4%, good. I'm happy with that.
I'm not buying your reasoning.
That's all right.
You're being facetious, Paul.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I think it's good.
I don't mind the people saving money on their franchises fees, but I'm just saying if the fees go down, that means somebody's got to pick up the slack somewhere else.
Or you stop doing things.
And as Jim said he was being very conservative.
Okay. Just my observation.
No.
One thing that also is a little, not disheartening, but it shows the times, is the donations that we're receiving are down year to year. And that just shows I think a little bit of concern for the economy.
I would also say
I think that's
that when you're creating the estimated revenues, unless you absolutely know about a donation coming in,
guessing is not
you
allowed.
really should not be programming in anything too awfully high.
Guessing is not allowed. Can't guess. Get in trouble when you guess.
So to Paul's point, if you know that your revenues are down $1 million, why do you go out and spend $1 million if you know you're projecting your revenues are down $1 million?
Respectfully, I can't get my arms around the A and the B on that. If you have programs in here that are, or revenue streams in here that are showing marked decline or flatness, and I think Brian put his finger on it. I mean, some people are just saying, I'll pass on giving the town a donation. It might be a reputation question for the town. It might be just, I don't have the dough. We don't have enough Sue Buntings going up to the microphone and get up there again and tell us we need more donations. There could be a number of reasons for that. But my point is, on certain things, if we see revenues declining, and no disrespect to cable TV, God bless them. President Reagan once said the only thing next to life eternal is a government program. And in some things, we just are going to have to say it's time to make the moves towards stopping. That's all. And that's a theoretical comment. It's not meant to attack cable TV or anybody else, but we're going to have to start thinking about that. Otherwise, we just go over to somebody else and say, you pick up the tab.
And I agree with you, Paul.
Move the ball over there and you pick it up.
And I'm just looking at the warrant articles and the 9% increase and the 3.1 million that Linda suggested that we were reaching, and why we were cutting our Crescent Lake Ave out of the budget, but we're underperforming on our estimates for our revenues, but we're actually going in the other direction. So we have, I mean, wouldn't you say, okay, if I'm going to see half the revenues, or I'm going to conserve, maybe those conserve areas there should actually equal these conserve areas on the warrant end of it also?
We all took a vote. That's why we have what we have for warrant articles.
Yep.
And we need to provide services.
Yep.
And that's what we're trying to do, is provide the services that the citizens want. And you see some things and I see other. I had a price range. So you and I don't agree on that. I also said if you wanted to do something with the roads and change that one, lower it and put that in, I would have looked at that. But I really believe that we need to worry about the tax rate that's going to happen in 2026, because we're not going to have 1.25 million to buy down the tax rate. And that was my analysis, and those were the ones I thought were the highest, and I'll stand by that.
Well, it's a tough thing. I want to respond to John's comment about building permits. I mean, and I think I agree with Jim, with limited view I had of it over in the building department. I break the building function, not the planning board or the ZBA. That's different. But there's the normal and customary stuff. I come in, I want to get a deck built. You can get through that. And I think our building department does okay. I want to do something that's inside the code structure. It's easy. It's an inspectable item. You can do that. Subdivisions and the bigger kind of things, those get complicated, and those need to get looked at, because those get into our RSAs or our regulations, and those get a little vague. And I think there's some work to be done there. And then there's the special exception stuff, which by its very nature is a special exception. And that always is interpretation. And that normally is where we, at least me, hear a bunch of thought leadership from people about that. Because it's a special exception. It's a variance. It doesn't comport with our structure. That doesn't mean we have to change our structure. We just got to be maybe a little different of the way in which we, get it teed up for people.
Linda?
Yeah, and I think, as Jim said, he's conservative. One of the things that I look at in each of the monthly reports, and we get a revenue report as the year goes on, most of the time we're doing better than what we projected, and at the end we usually have more revenue than what we projected. So I support Jim in making it a lower amount, because then we have an opportunity to perform better than what's there.
Yeah, when I budget for my neighborhood association, I use a five-year weighted average, but then look at each line item specifically and make sure that I'm as conservative as possible. So at the end of the calendar year, we usually have a little bit more money in the pocket than I thought we would, or that we anticipated.
There was a person sitting out there in the audience that said you have money left over at the end of the year. And it's either because we don't spend it or we get more revenue coming in. And that's what finds its way into the unrestricted fund balance. So, yeah. Jim, I appreciate what you're doing on this particular thing. It's the big takeaway here is grant monies are, when you stack rank these, grant monies are the big hits, big drivers of where we see some shortcoming. And I think we need to keep our eyes on that.
Okay, next on our agenda is...
I need you to vote to accept the anticipated revenues as presented.
I'm going to move that we accept the anticipated revenues as presented by Town Manager on his June 16th, 2026 message to the Select Board.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is the 2026 default budget.
Okay, so we're going to quickly go over the default budget. When you enter the New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration portal, they have a starting point for you with the default budget. That starting point takes last year's budget, and it takes any warrant articles for collective bargaining, and it ties those costs for that year of collective bargaining in as your starting point. From that point, you go through and you make adjustments for 2026. When we did the default budget, items which were added in were costs associated with the 2026 collective bargaining agreements, costs associated with any multi-year contracts that were approved by the voters. And we also tied in the 6 months of wages and benefits for the firefighter EMT personnels to give us a estimated budget for 2026 default budget of $35,043,647. You go through, you do those adjustments in the general fund, you do those adjustments in the enterprise funds, and then there's a notation page on the back where those adjustments are. And that's how you calculate the default budget, which again, default budget is proposed for 2026 would be $34,043,647. I can try to answer questions that you may have relative to the default budget.
DRA's all set with this, Jim?
They will hopefully bless everything tomorrow, short of the actions that the Budget Committee will have to take on, I believe it's 2 articles.
So, Dave, go ahead, John. Sorry.
So last year, when we had the default budget, you didn't have this prepared?
Oh, yeah.
I believe we had a document, the finance director provided it.
So we spent a lot of time, when the default budget came in, we were having meetings a couple a week. We said we were going to cut patriotic purposes. We said we were going to cut these things. We got the town all in an uproar.
So the reason for that is those were line item transfers that were made under the authority of the Board of Selectmen in the tune of $800 and something thousand to maintain current level of operations. That had nothing to do with this. This number was there. The allocation was there. The Board of Selectmen, at my recommendation, did line item transfers in an effort to keep the town moving in as normal as can be operations.
Keep the wheels on.
So at this point, can you, in your workings, figure out, okay, if we go into a default budget, I know you don't want to because then people will say, well, we'll just vote for a default budget. But seriously, I'm trying to think ahead and say, okay, this guy's the leader here. If we go in the default budget, I'm going to have to do this, and I've already got my plan all in place. And I don't have to come to you guys to say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, what do you think about that? And then in the end, when the board makes suggestions, the board didn't really have to make suggestions. You had it all covered. You could have just teed it to a plate and said, these are the things that I recommend you do, yes or no?
I haven't gotten to that point yet, but I can sit here and tell you that there will be some significant changes to town operations if we have a third default budget in a row. But I can't give you those breakdowns today, John.
Dave. So what happened was there was a little confusion after the election last year. When you go into a default budget, your proposed operating budget goes right out the door. It doesn't exist anymore. And I don't know if the board had a complete grasp on that. And then you have the default budget in front of you, and that's all you have to work with. Now, between now and when we have our town election, there's going to be things like warrant articles that are going to affect the services in the town, the ones that pass and fail, for millions of dollars. So if Jim tries to adjust a budget now, not knowing what's happening with warrant articles, he could be $3 million off. which would be very, very difficult. The exercise that we did last time was not understood, but should have been understood, is that we had a default budget in front of us, and Jim looked at that budget, and people were trying to cut from here and cut from there, and that's not what we were doing. People thought we were trying to cut from our proposed budget down to our operating budget, and I mean our default budget. The proposed budget didn't exist anymore. It was gone. The minute the voters say default budget, that's gone. So then our default budget, Jim was looking at individual lines and saying, how can I provide the most services for the people in the town of Wolfeboro, not fire my staff, and make sure the lights are on with the default money we have. So there was a lot of maneuvering of funds by not filling open positions and by doing other things to keep within our budget, because this was his new number. It was number Y, because X was gone, and that's what we had to do. So there was no need to cut fireworks, cut patriotic purposes, do any of that. It was a misunderstanding. And if we get to that point again, Jim is going to be the one working with his department heads to try and get us to where we need to be so that we can keep the lights on.
Linda?
Yeah, you got to remember that the RSA gives the authority, the financial authority, to the Board of Selectmen. And Jim gave us a plan and had us talk about the plan.
Correct.
To decide, do you want to pay the non-union workers? Well, if you do, then we're going to have to take money. And we had a chart that we knew what line it came from and where it went. And we went through that. And so when I was done, if somebody in the citizen came up to me and said, what did you do there? I could say, see this line? It came out of here, and look at it. It went over there. And I made sure, I checked to make sure we were in balance in doing that. I saw that as our responsibility as the Board of Selectmen per the RSA. And I think at times we have to do that kind of work in public, and sometimes the public doesn't understand it all. But by the time we're done, we would be able to answer their questions, and that's important to me to be able to do that.
Dave?
Paul?
Yeah, I agree with Linda. It's our job. We're responsible for this. We are that fiduciary thing that we carry. But I think I heard a different question from John, and if I misheard John, I apologize. I think, John, you were asking the question of the town manager. I mean, do you have kind of a sense of what levers you'd have to pull if this thing went in the wrong direction? That was your question? Yeah, I thought I heard that. I'm sure, and occasionally, we all individually go visit with the town manager, for some forgiveness or for some thoughts. And I'm sure that each one of us individually has done that. We haven't collaborated on what that would be. But my sense is that this town manager is setting priorities. And when he makes a statement that says, stuff has to happen, I don't think he's doing that in a vacuum. And he's setting priorities. And I personally don't want to know what those are, because I personally believe that you cannot run a town or a business, pardon that, Linda, you can't run a business by just getting smaller all the time. It's a dumb model. Pardon me for saying that. It's a bad idea. And I think what the voters are saying to us is, tell us what's important, let us get behind that. We have how many warrant articles this year, Linda? 11?
I think around that.
Got 11 warrant articles, down from 250 that we did last year. And to me, that's a clear statement, at least from my personal opinion, it's a clear statement as to what we should be investing in to get this town up to a level of customer service, and I'm going to start using that word, not frivolously, up to a level of service that, provides safety, provides, the ability to get somebody to the hospital. It does all of that, and I heard somebody today or yesterday say we're scaring people. No, we're not. We're just trying to make sure that you understand these things are important. So, John, I do think that he has some things in his mind. I haven't asked him because I don't want to know. I'm more focused on let's get the budget approved and let's move the town in a forward position. And if you don't like the fact that we're spending $58 over here and we should spend $100 over here, that microphone is available to yell at us. But I think the big momentum is for us to move this budget forward.
And all citizens have a different idea of what is important for them.
Of course.
Some people will say that sidewalks is of their utmost concern, and other people will say that gravel roads are of their utmost concern. So it is a balancing act to not raise taxes and to provide services and to meet everybody's wants, because everybody has different wants. We all do. That's the way we are. We're all human.
Go ahead, Linda.
Yeah, I was, Paul, I was responding to John's comment about the town manager shouldn't have put us through this. And I was going back to the RSA. You went on to another topic. I was going back to that because I think Jim did exactly what he wants, what he needed to do. And it's important that he does that. And it's important that we, the Board of Selectmen, understand what was moved. And, you know.
I agree with you, Linda. I agree.
I think that just beating on people all the time doesn't get us anywhere. And we're all working hard. We have a town manager who works hard. And I guess that's enough.
I'll take one more shot at this. Two observations. When we were presented, here's a situation. We could do with $175,000 for the fire apparatus. We could pay our bond down. And then when Zodi comes up to the podium and says, well, I wouldn't suggest that. So to me, when that gets teed up to us, and then his department head comes and says, well, I wouldn't suggest that, to me, that's kind of a miscommunication. You're giving us something to saying, I'm teeing this up to you guys, but it's not really, I wouldn't suggest it. So to me, that's the type of thing that I'm focusing on that didn't sit very well, because I actually talked to Zodi about it when he was at the podium, and it wasn't a good idea. So I was like, okay, that's not a good idea. I don't know why that was teed on our plate. But to Paul's perspective, and Linda said last year we want to keep it around 2.7 million. We went from 35 warrant articles down to 15. So really, we didn't reduce the number. We just got bigger numbers and fewer items. So we really didn't do anything any different. And actually, the number on the warrant articles is 3.1 million. So.
But it was about 3.6 what we had in front of us. So that was what I brought down.
I'm just saying.
You're right, we did have bigger warrant articles, and next year we probably will have more warrant articles because we won't have the big ones. So absolutely.
Well, let me just respond to that. I mean, and I didn't go back and count how many dollars were asked to be appropriated out of the 30 versus out of the 15. But and so I'll go along with your thought. If you just said, hey, listen, we were going to appropriate, a $500 gazillion for 30, and now we have 15, we still want to do $500 gazillion, there's a little part of my mind that says, maybe we're getting a little more focus on stuff and investing in it, as opposed to, and this is all theoretical, and I'll go back and check, as opposed to kind of like everybody gets a $50, which to me is a bad model. It's a dilution model. So I'm not. The reason I mentioned the warrant article thing is I know that voters have told me that they just get really fatigued by the end of the deliberative session, warrant article 73, and then when they get to the ballot time, they get a little diluted. I think it's a question of setting priorities, which people are deserving for us to tell them what they are.
And what we did is we eliminated a lot of our capital reserve accounts, and those capital reserve accounts were for long, bigger projects. And I think we haven't defined well what we're going to use some of those capital reserves. So this year it seems like it made sense.
They put money to work.
We back off, try to keep it down a certain rate, and I hope by next year when we come forward that we'll have some longer range plans if we're going to put money into capital reserves, which are like savings accounts, and they're not just something to go in and then take out.
And one last one, a comment about a leader, saying one thing and the budget looking at something else. Happens all the time. I mean, I didn't get what I wanted, so, I'll just admire the problem. And I'm not suggesting that the person you mentioned was right or wrong. It's just, that happens. It just does. Budgeting is all about setting priorities, and sometimes people want more for their own function than can be used. Or sometimes, the leader says, no, I think you're short-sheeting yourself and you need a little more in your function. Now, I'm giving you more money, now deliver more service. There's two parts to that equation.
So I'm going to reverse it a little bit. So in our warrant articles, we had all our warrant articles, we had 1, 2, 3, 4. So what I would suggest or propose is when that comes up if it does come up, we have the same type of a system, a 4, 3, 2, 1, and we say, this is the high priority, this is the low priority, and that at least it will give us a sense of what's important, what's not important, and we can make a little bit better of an educated decision rather than just throwing the dart at the dartboard like you always say, Paul.
Okay.
To Linda's point, we all voted for this stuff, so we're ready to rock and roll.
I thought Jim did give us a ranking.
He did.
On,
Yep.
He did.
Yeah, Jim gave us a ranking on the warrant articles, the ones that he talked to the department heads, and with his opinion, he thought were the ones that we should be more focused on. That was there.
That's what I'm saying he did, but I'm just saying if we go in a default budget and he has those same items, we could do the 4, 3, 2, 1 in reverse and say
The warrant articles will be voted on. They will be part of the default budget.
Yeah.
the items that would make up a default budget shortfall spending. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not.
And I think he did do that last year. He told us I think he came to us with a set of, we really need to do these line item transfers. And then he said, these are our optional ones that if you need to move away from some things, these are the ones. He did that for us last year.
Yep.
And I'll say this to folks at home. By the time we see warrant articles, we've already cut a lot out. By the time the public sees what we were considering, a lot is already gone. We are citizens too in Wolfeboro. We all pay taxes. I'm probably the poorest one on this board, and I pay taxes every year. And I don't want my taxes to go up. I don't want anybody's taxes to go up, but I know that there is an amount of service that we have to provide, and there are things we have to do. Maintain the sewer system, maintain the water system, maintain the roads. Would I like them to be, everything to be in better shape and more beautiful? Yeah, but that would be, then we'd be paying Westford, Massachusetts taxes at double the price, or New Durham, or Durham, New Hampshire for double the price. So it is a balancing act, and it's tough. I have people that come to me and say, our sidewalks are terrible, we need to do them all over again. Well, Steve Randall will tell you that's a $6 million project. So how do we make every sidewalk perfect, flat, stamped concrete, cement, beautiful, and not spend the money? It's difficult. We actually are trying. I just want people to know we are trying to do the right thing.
Let's get moving.
I'd like to make a motion to recommend the 2026 operating budget of $35,913,502.
Second.
Can I make a point of order? We need to adopt the default budget first.
I'll make a motion to adopt the default budget.
Second. Do you need any number on that, Jim?
As presented.
As presented?
As
Good.
presented.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye. And then I make that motion I just read.
Second.
Okay, let me go up and give you a quick overview of what the Budget Committee did. I'm going to go up to the mic because it's a lot easier to stand up there and look at the screen and speak to it, so stand by.
I won't be.
Okay, so warrant article number 2 for 2026 is the operating budget. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by the vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $35,913,502. Should this article be defeated, the operating budget shall be $34,043,647, which is the same as last year's operating budget, with certain adjustments required by previous actions of the town or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with 40-13-10 and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Estimated tax rate impact for 2026 is $3.21 per thousand of assessed valuation. This was recommended by the Budget Committee by a vote of 9-1. To quickly go over it, when you sent your budget over to the Budget Committee, it was $36,022,538. The Budget Committee took that down to $35,913,502. That's an increase over the 2025 budget of $2,261,975, or 6.72%. The budget is made up of the general fund, which is $20,409,255, which that is the part which affects the tax rate. Most of this presentation is going to be focused exclusively on that. That makes up 57% of the budget. The electric department makes up 31% of the budget at $11,147,000. The water department makes up 5% at $1,815,000. Sewer fund makes up 6% at $1,901,000. And Pop Whalen makes up less than 1% at $549,000. So your proposed budget is an increase of $2,261,000, or 6.27%. On the estimated tax rate for 2026, that increase on that general fund budget is $1,344,000, or 7.6%. To go through the budget is broken into series. 100 series is wages, which makes up 36%. 200 series is benefits. That makes up 23%. 300 series is outside services, making up 11%. 400 series is utilities, making up 7%. 500 series is dues and subscriptions, making up 1%. 600 series general operating supplies, making up 5%. 700 series is technology, making up 1%. 800 series is professional development agencies, makes up 2%. And your 900 series is your debt service, which makes up 15%. Again, these are general fund only. To look at the proposed budget for 2026 compared to 2025 and previous years, you can see the spikes in the 100 series wages. 200 series is benefits, which is health care. You see some reductions in the 300 series. 400 series is fairly level. 500 series is fairly level. Slight increase in the 600. Slight increase in the 700. Reduction in the 800, and a reduction in the 900 series. So the 100 series wages total for the general fund is $738,000. That's a 12.0% 0.03% increase over 2025. Those drivers are, we've removed the assistant town manager position. We have an increase of ambulance staffing. We have 2 years' worth of collective bargaining agreements, which were approved. Police department took a reduction in their wages. In 2023, we hired a 11th firefighter. We've had to factor in the second year of their wages. And then the non-union adjustments, which need to be made for 24, 25, and 26. Right now, of the 89 general fund full-time employees, we have 8 vacancies. Across the entire town, we have 103 full-time. Going into the 200 series, increase over 2025 is 12.5%, or 519,000. Those major drivers are health insurance, FICA, New Hampshire retirement system, and then some miscellaneous increases in there associated with workers' comp and life insurances. 300 series, general fund, again, this is an increase of 56,000 to 2,195,000, an increase of 2.58%. Increases are, we've got an additional election. Auditing services, we put out to bid. We only received one auditor who bid on the project, and that's a $27,000 increase. Contracted assessing is an increase in the Brewster building. Hydrant fees, we did a one-time reduction in that for the year. Public safety building, an increase for phones. Solid waste, an increase in, I believe that may be tipping fees, 107,000. Decrease in consultants, 6,500, and outside services reduction of 35,000, and then some other miscellaneous increases across the entire budget of 70,000. 400 series, which is your utilities, property liability, building maintenance, rentals and leases, you're looking at a 5.53% increase over 2025 of $80,303 for a total budget of $1.53 million. Property liability insurance, just shy of $20,000 increase. Contracted technology services, 49,000 and change. We went out to bid, kept the incumbent. Electricity, building maintenance, and machinery for the new public safety building, 46,000 and change. Public works, pipe, drainage structures, etc., increase of 16,000. A reduction of household hazardous waste, as we've removed ourselves from that contract, reduction of 52,000. Abenaki groomer lease, an increase of 25,000. Library electricity with the solar, estimated reduction of 8,000, and other miscellaneous reductions of 16,000 and some change. 500 series, which is your dues, subscriptions, advertising, printing, reduction of 12.93% to 122,000, reduction of 18,200. Reduction in printing of just shy of 10,000, reduction in dues and subscriptions just shy of 1,000, a reduction in advertising shy of 7,000, miscellaneous 100 and some change. The 600 series general operating supplies increase over 2025 of 15.3%. Increases are postage, 26,000. A reduction in gas and diesel by 12,000, an increase in propane by 20,000 and some change. That's the onboarding of the generator at the library and the propane at the public safety building. Housekeeping supplies, reduction of 1,000. Safety equipment, increase of 49,000. Miscellaneous road supplies and pavement, increase of 49,000, and other miscellaneous supplies, 300. 700 series, This is $121,000. It's an increase of $33,000 or 37.8% over 2025. Land improvements, increase of $1,000. Computer software and hardware, $60,000. We've been without some replacement of some hardware over the past 2 years. So this is one of those line item transfers that we've been making to keep the computer hardware and software up to par. Reduction in machinery and equipment of $21,000. Furniture and fixtures, reduction of $7,000, and another miscellaneous of $450. 800 series, this is made up of professional development, travel agencies, fireworks, patriotic purposes. Total budget of $404,221, a decrease of 14.6% or $69,141. Travel and meetings, reduction of $11,000. Professional development, increase of $4,700. Senior meals, you might recall 2 years ago, that was removed from the agencies. This is a default budget calculation that keeps tying back in. So that's removed at $25,000. Arena ice time was reduced by $30,000, and miscellaneous reduction $6,000 and some change. Debt service, that kind of washes out, but the 2026 debt service on the general fund, $2.4 million, and on the sewer fund, $575,000 for a total debt service on the general fund of $2,988,505. So general fund by function. General government makes up 27% of your budget. Public safety makes up 30% of your budget. Streets and highway make up 12%. Sanitation makes up 6%. Welfare less than 1%. Culture and recreation 9%. Conservation and development less than 1%. Health 1%. And debt service 15%. To quickly go through what the budget committee did. They made a reduction in the personnel administration with some vacancies in staff and putting a police officer on hold for a 3-month period. So there's a reduction there of $25,904. As I just mentioned, the police removed some personnel for a period of time for the budget committee. And the police vehicles were also removed as budget committee requested. We go forward with a warrant article. So we have a reduction there of $150,632. Building inspection has an increase of $10,000. That's for new software for the code official. Streets and highway administration. You might recall the public works salary was broken out into an administrative allocation. They requested that we change that. So you now see the full, or you see 50% of the director's salary and other items in this, which is an increase of $71,000. Sanitation, no adjustments there. Health agencies and hospitals, when you went through the agencies, there was one agency that the Board of Selectmen did not vote on. The Budget Committee voted on that and put that into the budget of $5,000. Parks and Recreation, a reduction of $2,320. Other cultural and recreation, $1,700. Conservation, reduction of $6,000 in the economic development, and that was the Budget Committee's removal of the community calendar for the chamber. Debt service, nothing we can do about that. That's set by statute, cannot be moved. And then you'll see the Pop Whalen Ice Arena has an increase of $52,000, and that's due to the chiller tubes. Water and sewer increases as a result of the Budget Committee moving those funds for the director's salary into those lines. That is a summary of the 2026 operating budget for you. The Budget Committee, as mentioned, voted for this 9-1, and you need to vote to approve or not to approve the budget going forward. And I can try to answer any questions that you might have.
Jim, Dave?
Paul?
Thank you. I don't know anybody else who put this thing together. You did. So thank you. Is this presentation, I shouldn't do this because I don't think the Budget Committee's weighed in. Is this the presentation that you think the Budget Committee is going to be using at the deliberative?
It'll be a morph of this.
It'll be a morph of this? Okay. Thank you again.
Dave? Yeah, I want to thank Jim for doing this. This took a lot of time. It's in an effort to be as clear to the public as we can. I took some of the charts he did to the chamber, and they made suggestions. He's worked hard to do that. We have no finance director. He's doing the finance director's job and the town manager's job, and I want to thank you for all your time and effort in putting this together.
Thank you.
And I'll add, our town planner used to do the CIP, and he did the entire CIP also, so.
No quick kicks here.
No.
And can I repeat my motion?
Yep.
I make a motion to recommend the 2026 budget at $35,913,502.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0, Jim.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Next item up is a couple of warrant articles. Outstanding warrant article number 19, Firehouse Community Center, to see if the town will vote to allow the select board to accept any and all donations, gifts, and grants to the town in trust or otherwise for the purposes of the design, renovation, reconstruction, and/or maintenance of the Firehouse Community Center building on Laner Street. This authority shall continue until rescinded, further to allow the select board to transfer any funds previously received for a similar purpose to the Firehouse Community Center Trust Fund, said funds under the custody of trustee of trust funds with the select board designated as agents to expend. Estimated tax rate impact 2026, 0 cents per thousand of assessed valuation. Had lengthy conversations with legal counsel on this. Brian DeShays had made contact with me about different ideas. Frankly, I put Brian in touch with legal counsel. They were able to come to a consensus on this, and hopefully tomorrow we will get the blessing from New Hampshire DRA on the article. Short of that, Brian can speak to the article based on his conversation with the attorney.
So our legal counsel and I, together, we put our heads together, and there was 3 choices, and he said he had revisited it and thought that we could combine the first and second choice into one choice that would cover all the necessary requirements of DRA and the donors that donated in 2025 and donors coming forward, and put it in wording that makes it very pointed towards this specific building for a specific purpose, that the money is held in a trust so that it is not commingled with any other public money, so these private donations stay completely separate, and that it would be worded to be as understandable to the community as possible. And this is what we came up with. It was approved by him, and it was approved by Jim when the attorney and myself sent it to him. And I hope the board looks at it in a favorable light, because it would be a really nice donation and the beginning of a really nice community center complex.
Linda?
Yeah, I support it. I think what I like about it is really clear that it's going to this particular project, and I think that, and we've called out the building itself the same way as it's listed in another capital reserve as the Firehouse Community Center building, and you can't mistake it. So I think it was well done.
Somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Go ahead, Linda.
I'll make a motion that the Board of Selectmen recommend warrant Article 19, Firehouse Community Center.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay, 401.
Okay. I recommend we move this to the warrant. Or,
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained?
you abstaining, John?
Libby Museum?
No,
No,
no.
moving it to the warrant.
Moving it up to the warrant.
Abstain.
You abstain. 401.
Okay, so your next one is the Libby Museum petition as submitted. The problem with this particular warrant article is it is trying to accomplish multiple purposes in a singular article, which is problematic. It's raising and appropriating funds. It's looking to modify the existing capital reserve fund, which will require a 2/3 majority vote to do so. And it's also contemplating new trustees. Too many things happening here. Legal counsel has weighed in and equated it to a warrant article that we had a couple years ago that was not contemporary, and recommends that we do not recommend this article.
I'll make a motion that the board not recommend petition warrant Article 25, Libby Museum.
Second.
You want to let her?
I think she should address it.
Are you one of the petitioners?
Wait, did we just make a motion in a second?
We did.
We have a motion and a second on the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're in the discussion.
I don't care if she addresses it. I think I wish we'd known. Why don't we withdraw our two motions?
So we're having a public hearing on this now?
You know,
Is that what we're doing?
I think we have to be consistent.
I'll withdraw my second.
I think we have to be consistent. I agree with you, Paul. I don't think we should take input all the way down, but I think we have done that, and I think in this case...
I agree with you, Linda. We need to tighten up things here a little bit. I'll withdraw my second.
Suzanne?
I'd appreciate a copy of your correspondence with the attorney on that. I couldn't pick up all what you said. So may I have a copy of that?
I need to make sure that it's not a privileged document, which I don't think you'll have a problem with it.
Well, you read it, so it's in the public record now, if you hadn't read it.
I didn't read it verbatim, but go ahead, let her have it. Or should I have our attorney send it to her attorney?
Okay.
We knew going into this was not going to be an easy hurdle. Did the best we could. We couldn't get a lot of information out of you at the last hearing when I asked you if you were going to do something. So we made our best effort to put something forward. Much of this, I think, can be fixed at the deliberative session, so I know you'll expect that. One point I'd like to make now, and I will stress until the vote, is that this is the last hope for a natural history museum in Wolfeboro. That's my feeling. And I'm not talking about a building. I'm not married to the building. I'm married to a museum as a wonderful asset for this community. I hate to see a museum go in the place of something yet to be determined. So, thank you. That's all I have to say at this time.
Thanks, Suzanne. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make my motion again. I'll make a motion to not recommend this warrant article.
Second?
Okay. All those in favor?
Oh, I have one discussion, just one sentence.
Oy vey.
It's not that I am not in favor of the warrant article. However, we have to follow legal counsel, and if there are illegalities in the writing, they can be fixed at the deliberative session, potentially. I have to vote to not recommend it because we cannot recommend something that has illegalities in it. We have to follow our counsel, that's my opinion.
Yeah, my issue is with the removing the Board of Selectmen. That has to be done by the charitable trust of the Attorney General's office to the probate court.
That is correct.
That is the piece that's just illegal, and it's not the process.
That's correct.
So that is why I'm recommended not to recommend it. So.
Okay, we have a second?
Yep.
I could just
Okay.
add, if you just read that line that says, this is the first step, it's understood that it's going to take.
The word is removing.
Yeah, the word is removing. Thank you. So motion and second.
Right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
401.
Move to, we should recommend to put this up on the warrant, though, right?
I believe we do.
Move to recommend putting this on the warrant.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay.
Okay, so I believe that buttons up the budget warrant articles.
Okay.
So deliberative session is February 3rd at 7 PM right here in the Great Hall with town meeting vote Tuesday, March 10th, 8 AM to 7 PM right here in the Great Hall.
Be there.
Okay,
That's
next.
it for me.
What else we got?
Next is a discussion of town report. Board of Selectmen report, cover photo, dedication.
Dave?
Go ahead.
I sent in a number of changes on the wording. There were some paragraphs that weren't exactly right. Amy has made those changes. My name was also missing on who submitted it. She put that on. I want to thank her for clearing up the picture so we can really see Kurt Titus. So I want to let the selectmen know that those italicized paragraphs are my recommendations.
Thank you, Linda. Dave?
Yes.
I also want to thank Amy. I pulled the duty of writing up the Libby piece, and I appreciate what she's done. So I'm good with my section, and I appreciate what you did, Linda.
Okay. Somebody want to make a motion that we...
I also have, we agreed that we're going to do in memory of Mildred Beach and Chip Maxfield. I have a paragraph on Chip Maxfield that I will send to Amy, and I'm going to get a paragraph on Mildred Beach over the weekend, and Amy said that we'd have enough time if that's okay with the board.
I don't have an objection. I think actually, did Amy reference that in her notes to us? That she was, Let me see, hang on. No,
I think she said she didn't have anything, so at that point, I went out and got.
You got it.
those
I have
two
no
papers.
objection to either one of those. Anybody else? You good?
Okay, does anybody have any problem with what
You good?
direction we're going?
You good?
Yep.
All right. Do we need a motion here?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we use the document that we have before us today for the annual town report 2025. It'll be the Board of Selectmen, it'll be the Libby Museum, it'll be the dedication to Kurt Titus in memorial, it'll be to Mildred Beach and Chip Maxfield.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next is Wolfeboro Waters update.
Dave, I think that's me. I put this on the agenda because of the questions that the public had asked about the role of Wolfeboro Waters. And I'm going to read it in full, not a part of it. So the mission, and I've asked to have these put up onto the town website. And this is the mission and how it reads. In 2028, Winter Harbor in the Cary Beach area experienced a cyanobacteria bloom large enough for New Hampshire, a state of New Hampshire, to issue a cyanobacteria advisory over the Labor Day weekend. The Select Board established the Cyanobacteria Committee, which morphed into the Wolfeboro Waters Committee. The mission of the Wolfeboro Waters Committee is to coordinate community-wide efforts protecting the health and welfare of property owners, residents, and visitors of Wolfeboro by assessing the water quality of the town's waters, assessing the risks of cyanobacteria bloom, identifying and mitigating stormwater pollution and other sources of added nutrients to the lakes, ponds, wetlands, and streams by installing best management practices and other means, educate the general public about the need to protect our lakes and waters. And then we formed 3 subcommittees who do the work. The Mitigation and Prevention Committee, and they have looked at some zoning ordinances, have helped us come up with some charts to try to figure out all the projects that may be coming forward. We have Assessment Committee, and that does all the water testing. There are over 100 volunteers that are out on the different lakes. And we have the Communications Subcommittee, and they put out the newsletter a couple of times a year. This is a committee that works as a team. The subcommittees go out and do their work. They send what they want on the agenda to me each month. We also break up into other smaller groups that work, and we'll hear from Dana Huff on one of the groups that are working on septic regulations. Our committee works together. John came to Wolfeboro. He came up with his own solution. I met with him and Jim, and we talked about a quick fix. He didn't do the same thing, in my opinion, with the drainage pipe. He never reached out to me personally to ask me to join him as another member of the Selectmen. I'm very comfortable standing on my record of what I've done on Wolfeboro Waters, what I've done on the Milfoil Committee. I find it hard to sit here and take it week after week on things that I've worked very hard on. And the smug looks that I get. And I am surprised that a member of the board can't reach out and work together. I have said to John, I've been willing to work with you. And I don't understand why you step away from the table to come in, and you can reach out to me and talk to me, but you do it out in public. So that's where I am. I also have brought with me the Mitigation and Prevention Subcommittee's Wolfeboro Water's annual report, which is from the mitigation, and it is from the Communication and Assessment. And you'll have that, and along with the assessment goals. And I also provided to the board is the whole report from the Wolfeboro Assessment Committee. It includes the executive summary, but it has all sorts of detailed information of exactly where samples have gone. It also lays out our work with the University of New Hampshire. That is for the board to know exactly what Wolfeboro Waters does, and that's the group that spends the money. And we have done it every year. Some years we've came in and we've talked about, and it's been a long report, and we were asked to put it in writing, so that's what we've done. The other part of Wolfeboro Waters tonight is gave to the Board of Selectmen a set of septic regulations, and Dana Huff from Wolfeboro Waters is here, and he will explain the process and what it's going to do. And I want to thank you for waiting all this time and through all our backs and forth. You've got a real look at Wolfeboro's select board meetings.
You got to see
that. I did. Dana Huff, Wolfeboro Waters Committee. Thank you for what you do. It's sometimes an impossible job. So you have before you, I hope, a draft of the Town of Wolfeboro septic system regulations. Hopefully you've had a chance to look through that. I want to disclose at the beginning here, I was not one of the primary authors of this, but as a retired civil engineer and having worked in this field, I did do some edits with this. Worked with Linda, John, and the rest of the committee to put this together in a draft form. I did put together a few talking points, so I want to go through those first, and they will follow the draft regulations as you have them. So the purpose of the regulations are, number one, protection of water quality. Number two, ensuring the safety and adequacy of wastewater disposal systems, protecting health, safety of the public, and then prevention and removal of any nuisances. That's the purpose for these regulations. I do want to say that in putting together this draft for the town, there was a group that looked at several other communities in New Hampshire, specifically New Hampshire, not other places. Most of them are lake communities, municipalities, and they took a compilation of that, pulled them together. Some are incredibly specific, and I think we tried to bring it into a generalized form and keep it as simple as we could keep it. It follows several New Hampshire state statutes, primarily statutes 147, RSA 147.1 and 147.10. The 147.1 is local regulations, and you can look that up. I mean, I've got it here, and if you want me to read it to you, I can do that. And then 147.10 is about nuisances and the regulations for those. As I said, these regulations have been assembled based on a review of many other New Hampshire municipalities that enacted similar regulations. We also consulted with the Lakes Region Planning Commission and the Lake Winnipesaukee Alliance, and they provided some input as well. The definitions, I do want to state, are based on state statutes and local ordinances. So for instance, the holding tank definition is per the New Hampshire Code of Administrative Rules, Part ENWQ 1002.30. So we didn't make these up. These are right out of those regulations. One that you may or may not be aware of is innovative and alternative technologies. So that's used generally when you can't put a typical septic system in. So for the public, that if they don't understand what that is, that's what it is. And that's per Title L, Water Management and Protection, Chapter 485A, Section 485-A-2, XXI. Commercial properties is actually per the Wolfeboro Planning and Zoning Ordinance, Article XX VII, definitions and word usage. So we didn't make these up. They're directly words that come from those agencies. The applicability of this is not the entire town. It's the shorefront residential district, which is defined in section 175-2, C, dot, parentheses 2 of the Wolfeboro Planning and Zoning Ordinance. So that district is defined there, the shorefront residential district. There are recommendations on both septic pumping and inspections. In this district, the recommendation of this draft is that systems should be pumped every 3 years. Once every 3 years. The tanks at that time should be inspected. The baffles on the interior of the tank, which are critical to its proper operation. And then from the septic tank out to the leaching area, there's usually a distribution box, and that should be inspected as well, because sometimes those can fail. And then the leach field piping, if it's accessible. It's not always accessible, but if it's accessible, it should be inspected as well. Commercial properties and properties that are rented should be pumped and inspected every year. And there's a definition for that. If a septic system has not been pumped out in 3 years prior to the adoption of this ordinance, it shall be pumped out within 1 year of the effective date of this ordinance. That's what we've got in the draft ordinance here, or excuse me, regulations. There's a few exceptions to a typical system, and that is, as I mentioned earlier, the innovation and alternative technologies. If you can't do a regular and typical septic system, then that's a possibility, but it has to be approved. And then when neither of those will work, a holding tank is a possibility. But again, there's exceptions. I heard that word tonight. Special exceptions for those as well in the regulations. Waterfront properties, as defined here, shall follow State Statute 485-A-39. The authority for this is under the Wolfeboro Health Officer or their designee, as this has been drafted. Enforcement, again, would be by the Wolfeboro Health Officer or their designee. Properties that do not comply receive a notice to do so within 30 days. If they do not follow up within the 30 days, there is a penalty. And it's $100 a day to a maximum of $1,000. And when you hit that $1,000, it doesn't mean that you don't have to do anything after that. It just means that there's no longer fine, because I believe there's a limit to that, as it was explained to me. But you still have the violation, and you still have to make the corrections.
Is that $1,000 for a calendar year, or that's capped for the whole project?
That's capped for that particular system inspection, and I'll say problem. So after what I've seen here tonight, I'm not sure.
Here we go.
I'm in a good place,
Here
but.
we go.
But if you have questions, I will do my best to answer, or if we don't have the answer, I promise you that we will get back to you with an answer.
All right. I have one question. It's my recollection that we have licensed inspectors in the state that usually are attributed or part of a pumping company, usually. Some of them are also designers. Some of them, like myself, I'm a health officer. So some of us do have certificates that say we can do these inspections. I don't see anything in here in reference to that. I think that's important because some of these people have gone through an awful lot of work to get these certifications. So I think it ought to be in here somewhere. That's my suggestion. It says inspections and so forth, but who's doing them? The pumper? I mean, all he cares about is pumping the tank out. He's somewhat interested, or will, when he inspects it, he's mostly looking to see if there's any infiltration or if the baffles have dropped out of place. And there are, again, ways to fix that. So I think somewhere in here you ought to have that the inspection be done by a certified inspector, per se. Not just by, and there's nothing against the guy who's pumping the tanks. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are people out here who are certified to do the inspections.
You are correct with that, Mr. Chairman. And I had the same question when I did my review and my editing. And the concern was that the number of licensed inspectors in the state of New Hampshire is dwindling, and there are not a lot of them. And so to not overburden the homeowners, and I'll say homeowners or business, whatever it is, the recommendation was to allow the pumpers to do the inspection. And I'm not going to give you my opinion on pumpers or what they can or can't do. Some are very qualified, and some are not. So again, this is a draft, and if that's a clause that you would like to put in here, that's your purview to do that.
Well, the other thing that you have in here, which I don't disagree, is this alternative technology business. That's usually, at least from what I can understand, is usually done by the designers.
Crazy.
Right?
Yes.
So that might be, that should probably say something about licensed designers as far as that IAT. So just a suggestion. I think that overall.
Meaning the inspection should be done by the designer, or?
Well, not necessarily, but if there is a problem, obviously they're going to get a call to redesign the system. So
to Dave's point.
He was there.
So at the last meeting, I brought up just what he said.
Right.
And I was privy to a designer and a gentleman that owns 80 lots at a resort over in Great East Lake. And he informed me that the person that accredits these people who take the test, he actually drew up the test. So
he did.
And this list of inspectors gets smaller and smaller every year because of the dynamics of the test and the people that they want to do the tests. So that when that came up, the discussion revolved around, it was the health inspector's job to do the test. And then the discussion was, well, where's the funding going to come from? Well, the homeowner is going to pay for that person to go out there and do the test, whether or not it's the health officer or whoever it is. But my point was, you have to get an excavator out there sometimes, you have to dig the D-box up, so there are some mechanical logistics to a full inspection of a D-box and possibly a field. And unfortunately, the discussion, therefore, again, came back to it's up to the homeowner. We're laying out the criteria. It's up to the homeowner. So that's the way I heard it from the committee, and I think you make a great point, Dave.
Dave?
If I may just,
Go ahead.
on the designer for IAT, so the Innovative and Alternative Technology, this isn't doing the design, right? I mean, if somebody needs an they absolutely have to have a designer do that.
I know the testing is the first part.
Yes.
The second part, in some cases, which, as we know, a lot of these old shorefront lots are very small.
Right.
So they're going to require some
Correct.
kind of a different system than what any of us are used to. And there are all kinds of them. I mean, they're out there. There's plenty of technology today to design a system, particularly the leach field part.
Right.
And the tank parts. I mean, there's all kinds of tanks too, so.
Yes, and if that's what they're required to do, then they would have to have an appropriate designer do that. This doesn't speak to that. We could footnote this and add that in, and I made a note to that point, but I wanted to point that out.
So I hate to say it, but I'm a closet septic enthusiast.
You're a what?
A closet septic enthusiast.
Oh boy, okay, well, you're coming out.
So I'm in charge of 4 12-bedroom leach fields in my neighborhood with D-boxes, with pump chambers, with alarms, with baffles, and I make sure that they get pumped every 3 years, that the baffles are inspected every 3 years, and that they're all done and taken care of. Been doing that for years. This is the way you need to maintain your septic systems, and I would do it for my own private one, but I do it to make sure that all 19 homes in our neighborhood are using the systems correctly. I also, 25 years ago, installed an innovative alternative system on a pie-shaped lot on Cow Island. I actually dug the holes myself, had the tanks delivered, put in a processing plant. I already had a 1,000-gallon holding tank there and a 300-gallon pump chamber, put in a 1,000-gallon processing plant made by a company called Septic out of Maine. And what I had to do was I had to get a regular 2-bedroom system approved by the state, which would have been a big mounded system, by a regular designer, and then it was Septic who had made the system acceptable by the state of New Hampshire. So technically it was a 2-bedroom system, but the capacity of it was a 4-bedroom based on what it could do. So it would take and it would circulate your gray water, pump solids back to the tank, run it through a UV light, and it could be actually disposed of the effluent in drinking water quality in a garden soaker hose in the duff in the woods, or put into a small leach bed. So this technology is out there. You can use it. It gets designed by a traditional designer, and it's approved by the manufacturer who makes it, who works with different states in order to make sure that it performs as it should. So I like your regulations and rules. I agree with Dave that you need to have things done by a certified inspector. We had one. It was DJ Septic, and they've moved off to Costa Rica, I think, is where they live now. And now it's JB and Sons, or maybe it was JB.
No,
it's
still DJ. He kept the name, but it's the son.
We had JB and Sons, who was a certified, and he left. And supposedly DJ Septic has pulled on all the certifications, and they're still doing it. So you can find pumpers that are certified that take and inspect all your stuff every year, pump it every year, be on a schedule, get it done, pay to have it done, and make sure your systems work correctly.
Are you certified?
Am I certified? I'm certifiable because I like septic systems.
Well, I was going to say,
But other than
I was
that,
going to say, there's your guy.
I don't know many people who have installed with a shovel a 1,000-gallon processing plant septic system on an island.
should I be a little cheeky here? The next time someone says you're full of,
Yeah.
okay, never mind. I have a handful of questions.
Okay.
No grimacing from the peanut gallery, please. Did Bill Scott play a role in this draft?
Yeah, so Bill did take a look at it.
Yep.
And he did have some comments.
Are they incorporated in here?
The ones that we could legally add to this, we did. There were several that he had that, two of the people that did the main penmanship on this, one is an environmentalist and the other one is an attorney.
Could you just give me an example of what legally couldn't go in there?
No, I don't have,
All right,
I don't have his.
But he was involved.
Oh, he was involved.
That's really
Yeah,
super.
yeah.
In your journey here, did you take a look at Title V, Massachusetts Title V?
That's where I came from, yeah.
It says kind of,
Yeah,
this is kind of in there.
yeah.
Good?
Similar.
Yeah, okay, good. And why shorefront only? Why can't we all participate in that?
Yeah, no, we talked about that.
Yeah, why?
And I think kind of baby steps to begin with. I think the next logical step would be all tributaries, because it's not they're not all necessarily shorefront properties.
Yeah.
And then a step after that would be the entire town.
So just a thought, I mean, so when you
I mean,
consider-
these are regulations that will be the towns. If you want to make it for the entire town, that's.
Well, it seems, again, this is not an area of expertise, but it seems to me that, if you want to do the baby step thing, that makes sense, get a little learning. But it would also make sense for people who are not on the shorefront residential district to be made aware that it's coming your way. Mm-hmm. And it might not be a bad idea to have like a calendar that says, 4Q29, it's now going to be, someplace else.
Sure.
Right? Just a thought.
Yeah.
I agree, and I was going to ask, has Dave participated in any of this design? And I think the answer I found was no, but you referenced that the health officer's got to get in the game. So
Right.
I strongly recommend that if you're assigning work to somebody who hasn't participated in the design, you might want to do that. And
Good
then
point.
this idea of the inspections, there's two kinds. One, I think about the code person, Joel. He has to go out and physically inspect that, all the stuff that Brian talked about is done, the field is done. But then the second is the baffles and all of that. Mm-hmm. And I didn't get a warm and fuzzy. You have this need to go out and have somebody inspect the baffles and inspect the distribution box and inspect all of that, but we don't have anybody in the state to do that. And the default position could be go back to the pumper, and I just made a note to myself.
And that's how we ended up there.
Yeah, but that goes back to, I made a comment here in the margin that said that's the fox and the chicken coop problem. Count the chickens as you exit. So we need
yes.
some more strength or muscle in that one, right?
Yeah. We can add
Somehow.
that. We can add that.
Yeah, somehow.
And to your point, we can work with Dave to do that.
And then the last one, which really points over to our to the enforcement thing, and having sat on the planning board for a couple of cycles, I'm deeply respectful of the fact that you're doing this. My prior experience of 100 years ago is we'd come up with some of these things and kind of lay over the shoulder and let somebody else try to figure out how to enforce it. So strengthening up what Joel's duties and tools need to be, and ensuring that this has some funding for that, and strengthening how the inspection gets done by the third parties, whoever they are, is good. But again, Bill Scott's contribution, thank you. Why shorefront, baby steps? I like the fact, I would like you to kind of say, we're coming your way, to other parts of the town. Getting Dave involved is good on the inspection thing. Thanks, that was good.
So, Dave,
Dana.
code doesn't inspect septic systems.
No.
Code officer
State.
never does.
He's responsible from the 4-inch pipe through the foundation.
To the foundation.
into the building.
Right.
The, and if you have a good installer, you're okay. The state takes care of all that inspection when it goes in or when it's rebuilt. If you have a good pumper, it's almost like having a good mechanic. You have a certified mechanic, you got a certified septic pumper and inspector. They're gonna wanna fix your car, they're gonna wanna fix your tank when there's an issue.
Sure.
It's a revenue stream for them. They're good people. They work hard, and they will help you make sure that your system works correctly. Because if it doesn't, guess who's getting the call to come pump it out, to do this, to do that, to do whatever? So, again, I think this is a good document.
It's a good start.
And the reason why we're so fastidious about our systems where our neighborhood is because we're right adjacent to Sewell Woods, and we have 5 streams from our neighborhood underneath 8 culverts that go into Sewell Woods.
I can think of your second set of customers.
So we want to make sure that we are keeping our environment clean.
Okay, then I'll close it up.
Wrap it up.
So there's something you have to consider, what General John Stark said in 4th grade, live free or die. And one of those things that come with live free or die is that you get to put in your own septic system in the state of New Hampshire. And the other thing that comes with live free or die is my property. How do you get onto my property? So then you get to legal costs. How much money are we going to spend to say we have to get onto their property so that we can inspect their septic system? The state law regulates the maximum fine to $1,000. That's it. So after $1,000, they can say, fine me, fine me, fine me. It maxes out at $1,000. So the live free or die thing to me, installing my own septic system is, okay, if you want to inspect, you need to give me an opportunity to video and photograph my field, and then I'll submit those to you so that you can verify and we can go that route. So that's kind of missing in the process also. So one of the transparent aspects here that Dana, I knew we'd kind of refrain from, but Julie Brown and Roger Murray were the ones that worked on the crafting of the wording. They did look at other communities and copy those other communities, and again, they readily admit they put a lot of time in. They looked at it as a legal document. So the question that I have is, what were the things that Bill Scott didn't get implemented in this draft? I would be interested in seeing those items to say, show me what he wanted in there, or what he recommended, or he think we want to look at, so that we can do what I said earlier. We can massage those a little bit and say, well, have you considered this and how that applies to this document? And
Me too.
So the question that Dave asked is, where do we go from here? What we're trying to do is we're trying to do the main focus area around our water bodies. Then we talked about tributaries and the next circle out. And then we get into inland homes, and that's when you're going to run into some resistance, because you're going to get people like we had come to our meeting that said, there's only 2 of us that live at a house. I have a pipe and stone system that lasts 40 years. We had a Enviro system put in our place, and what we're learning is the Enviro system's only lasting about 10 years now. But the people that have the pipe and stone systems, they're lasting 40 years. So you're going to run into a, what's your system? I mean, there's a whole slew of touchy stuff that's going to come into it, and then that comes right back to legal costs. And what we're going to say to people is how much do we want to force them to
Dave?
Okay, just to add to this, throughout this whole thing, it mentions the health officer.
Right.
Health officers in this state have a lot of power to go onto people's property. More so than even police departments do. So I think that when this was written, or whoever wrote it, obviously had a pretty good knowledge of what a health officer's responsibilities are and what they can and can't do.
Right.
And it looks to me like, when I read this, that all through this, you got a health officer, health officer, health officer. A health officer has a right to go on any property if there is a just cause of smell or leaching or whatever. So I don't have a problem with that. But at some point, you need to put in here, I think, as well, is health officer responsibilities or what they can and can't do. Because somebody's going to say to a health officer at some point, you can't come on my property. But they have a right to.
I think, Dave, you just got signed up to do something.
I've done it in the past, but the way it's written, it says health officer, but I think you ought to identify what that means.
So this is a question for Dave and Jim. As Dave being our health officer, is he a state health officer? Is that how it is, or is he a town health officer?
He's appointed by the state.
Okay.
For your town.
So we have to check this because a health officer is, if I'm correct, it's actually a state health officer. Their role in the state health officer manual is that the health officer is to inspect septic systems and verify that they have failed, but I don't know if they can inspect and issue repairs or not. I'm not sure.
You can no longer do repairs to a septic system.
Well, like baffles or something like that. I don't think that's the purview of a health officer. It would have to be a certified inspector. The other thing is that innovative technologies, there's actually a Department of Environmental Services document. Have you seen this? That lists all the, so you could reference that document. It actually happens that Septic is number 4 on the list, and it was approved in December 21st, 1998. So that's 2 years before I did my install.
Go with them.
I think the question now is, so we don't just, it's now 20 minutes of 11. So where do we go next?
Dave, I was going to deal with that, okay?
Go ahead.
Dana has the information.
Yep.
This will go back to the committee that's working on them. This is how Wolfeboro Waters works. They will come back to another draft to this board for you to look at it, and then at some point, we then have to hold a public hearing.
Right.
But this is how Wolfeboro Waters works with your Board of Selectmen, brings things to them, and works to get things done. So,
Okay.
thank you, Dana, very much.
The next draft will be by somebody else to sit here for 4 hours. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any old business?
Just a quick one.
Dave, I don't have any old business.
What's that?
I don't have any old business, but I have
It's in this
other
topic.
business.
It just isn't public comment.
I have other business.
So even on this same topic, so not until public? Okay.
So for other business, I have, we have public comment twice. And public comment is really important. The hard part is that we get asked a lot of questions at public comment, and we have to sit and not answer them. Some people think that it means that we're being stubborn. Some people think that that we look foolish by doing that, but it's what we do so that the public can give us their opinions. So I wanted to make a suggestion that the select board starts having an extra meeting. In between our first and our third meeting of the month, the first week and the third week, what we do is when people come up for public comment, they can give their comments, they can quickly ask their questions, knowing that they're not going to get an answer that night. They can submit their questions in writing. Then at the other meeting, which would be the in between the first and the third, we set a 1-hour meeting only. We choose either 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, whatever we want to do. And we answer those questions, and the people can come then if they had questions or not. They can bring their questions again. We'll have them in writing already, and we can answer their questions and have discussions for that 1-hour period of time, shut off, done. And then if it spills over, we will address those the next week. And the only reason I'm thinking we can do that is instead of being here till 11 o'clock at night, we can cut down our first meeting and our third meeting of the month down by an hour each. So in the end, we're going to have 3 shorter meetings. And that's and it gives us an opportunity to actually answer the questions from the public.
Dave?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a number of times said I thought we needed to go to 3 meetings. This being over 4 hours in a meeting and this late at night, I think it's long for us. And so here's another option for us to try to bring these meetings back to about 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Okay. You want to do some research on that, Brian, and bring that back to us?
Well, I don't know if we need to do any research. I'll make a motion that we start after the election. We start having a third meeting for the select board in between the other 2 meetings, that it's limited to 1 hour, that it is to answer questions that people ask and submit in writing at the public comment sections of our standard select board meetings.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Discussion? Is there a discussion in here? Yeah. I'll probably go along with it, but I'd also like to, and this is not a swipe at anybody, I mean, take a look at what we did tonight. We went through several public hearings, fumbling with moving papers. I'd like to get the agenda of the current tranche of meetings honed down. I understand the RSA, the statutory and all I got it. But we need to get tighter in terms of the content we put in front of us and you. So that would be point 1. And that's so in parallel with having an extra meeting, which I frankly don't mind doing. I just do think we are, and again, it's not meant to be critical. You know, the people who prepare our agendas are working their butts off. And there's a lot of last minute stuff that comes in. I got it, but if the pencils are down on the agenda, pencils are down. You're offline until the next time. And what comes in has got to be, we recommend you approve it. It's completely ready to go. We get 30% more capacity in our agenda, and we do what is being recommended. Yeah, I think that's a good model. So I'm not going to make a motion to do that part, but I just wanted to speak to it. Thanks for bringing it up, Brian.
Okay.
So if you were actually a working person and you come in to all the meetings, you signed up to be a board member because you knew that there was a couple meetings, you knew there was budget, you knew that there was other things, and then you changed the plan halfway through. If you want to change the plan halfway through, let's just meet at 5 in the morning.
Okay.
And
I work 40 hours, 50 hours a week.
It wasn't meant to challenge you to meeting at 5 in the morning.
And
He's
I can
trying to
meet at
say
5 in the morning.
create capacity.
I can meet at 5 in the morning. I can meet at 11:30 at night. I'll make it work because I'll make it work for the citizens.
Find me at 5.
I'm just saying, if you want to have a meeting at 5 in the morning on the odd or even on the end, then, you know, it can free people up at the other end, because again, you're changing it midway. I don't support it at 3 meetings for a month, knowing you got all your other meetings. And, you know, personally, again, some people have to go to work, unfortunately. and you want to get people to run for the seat, how are you going to get people to run for the seat? I mean, you're basically, you're controlling the narrative and saying, okay, this many people can run because you've basically kept all the other people out because now they have constraints and they have other family issues.
Okay.
Call the question.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
No?
Opposed? 4-1?
Yes.
All right, is there any other business? Town managers report.
Basically just been budget.
Okay.
Budget meetings, finishing the budget, getting the DRA portal up to speed. Hopefully, either Friday or first thing Monday morning, I will have documents for you to sign to post the warrant. The warrant has to be posted Monday afternoon. With that said, I would also note for people who are wondering, early in November, I had a conversation with the planning board chair regarding their articles, set the time frame going forward. Unfortunately, a couple of things occurred, one of which was the special election, and therefore they were not able to get any of their public hearings completed in a timely fashion to be able to get the planning and zoning ordinances that they were contemplating onto the warrant. So you will only see the elected officials and the Board of Selectmen's warrants and the petition warrant articles. And tomorrow night we have our, what I hope is the final budget committee meeting before the deliberative session. That's all I have.
Okay, committee reports. Start with you, John.
Okay, I'm gonna say something. I'm just being facetious here. Does anybody want to go against what I'm gonna say already? Because what I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna explain something in my field. Landscape horticulture, construction, granite, architectural. I met with a group this week, and the group is the DRA, Daughters of American Revolution. And the daughters want to do a memorial. They've got permission to do something up by Pickering Corner. And when we went up there, there's a pair of trees that are framing up the statue that's there, the monument. And when you look at one of those trees, I'm gonna explain something that I know a lot about. When you look at that tree that's on the right-hand side as you're going up the hill, unlike this picture of Kirk Titus, where the trees are all green in the background, all the limbs are like this, and all the bark is off of all the limbs. And on the Brewster Academy side, there's a big cut. And when they did that cut, they cut it right up next to the butt of the tree, which didn't allow the cork cambium. If they left it like that and they cut it off, the cork cambium would have grown over and it would have healed. But instead, it was so close to the tree, it damaged the tree. So the other aspect of the tree was girdled. If anybody knows what girdling is the suffocation of the cork cambium around the bottom of the roots, at the bottom. Soil is brought up around it. And when you do that, and you don't leave a space at the bottom that's cupped, you kill the tree. That tree's been killed. So the reason that I'm bringing this up is because the monument has this man that's standing at the top, and he has a 2-inch around piece of granite. That's the flag. And those limbs are this way. There's one limb that lays out to the front that's still alive. But if that limb gets blown off, he's going to break the staff off on that monument. So I was kind of apprehensive to even bring it up tonight because I just want to, bring something up, but I don't want people to say, well, blah, 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 blah. But if that thing fell off and it broke the staff, that would bother me. So I'm bringing it up. And I think we're going to have to look at cutting the tree down. I'm just sorry to say, before it falls down on the monument or falls on somebody else. Because unfortunately, all the branches are going down like that. If you look at the other tree next to it on the left side of the monument, they're all going up. So everybody has been warned that the tree is expired. And if we don't take action now, we're going to actually lose part of our monument if a tree limb falls on it. So I'm bringing that up. The daughters would like to do something up there, and we're in process of figuring out where their item is going to go.
Okay, I had a Conservation Commission meeting. We all participated in the voting yesterday. We had taping of warrant articles today. We also had a budget committee meeting, ourselves and the budget committee at a public hearing. And that's all I have for now. Linda?
Yeah, I attended the Historical Society meeting, and they are working on their summer schedule and the 250th. I attended the Milfoil meeting, and that grant came forward, which they recommended. I attended the Friends of Pop Whalen, and I want to inform everybody that the Bruin Alumni Game is scheduled for February 7th at 4 p.m. at the Pop Whalen Ice Arena. The tickets are on sale. I attended the Library Trustees meeting, and as usual, the programs, the materials continue to increase each month. I attended the Wolfeboro Waters Committee, and we talked about that earlier today. I attended the Budget Committee's public hearing. I worked at the polls, I did the taping, and this morning I attended the Community TV annual meeting.
Paul?
Planning board meetings. Yesterday was an election. Congratulations to the winners. That's a fun day. It's always great to meet people at that session. Budget committee meetings seemed like we've been to many. Public hearings on the budget, taping of the warrant articles, all of that I've been a party to. But there was one thing that kind of fell under the radar. Last week we had a catastrophic failure of the tow line at Abenaki, off the air. The team was in panic. And I'm not going to tell you how they did this, but they found a part in Ohio, and an Amish farmer put it all together. It got picked up by one of our team and driven all the way back. In the late of night, they put it all back together, flicked the switch, fingers crossed, it's still working. Remember earlier in the year, Alex donated a slug of money to electrify the hill. We just couldn't find the motor in time. So I'm going to take a minute and just give a shout out to Melvin Village Marina, North Atlantic Mechanics, Alex Hunt, Dave Whitcomb, Matt Young, and his mechanics at Melvin Village, Jacob Van Gelder, Scott Vaccaro, and Bo Betts, and all of those other people. You didn't hear a darn thing about that because they were all just sitting there biting their fingernails trying to figure out how to get this thing running. They didn't want to tell you. They told you the hill was down. But they kept the kid hill running so little kiddies could run up and down the hill, fall down. But, you know, I rarely on Facebook respond to things, but when I see something on occasion that is emblematic of what it is, I only use two words: our town. And I've done that for years. And this is an our town moment, and I want all of you who sometimes think not that weren't goofing up, remember that you got people behind the scenes that are not goofing up and pulling hard duty for this. So I appreciate what they did, and I want them all to get a round of gratitude from us. Thank you.
Brian?
Okay, so I had budget meeting, a budget hearing, a Milfoil meeting. Linda and I met with somebody about the Abenaki trails because we have a citizen that is uses all the trails in a multitude of different ways and wants to make sure that all the trails that exist there are multifunctional, can be used for biking, walking, running, everything, and that we make sure that everything blends together, that this downhill ski and the cross-country ski and everything works together. Had a senior lunch, had a Heritage Commission meeting, had the town election, had the select board taping for the warrant articles today, met with Linda and Steve Randall down at the town docks to do a look at the pipe. And I wanted to also add that in this extra meeting that we have where it's questions answered and whatnot, I would hope it would be a kind question and answer meeting with no accusations, with no malice, with productive communication, where we can actually work as a community and a board together, because we are, and I'm going to keep saying it, we're citizens too. We live in town. We eat, sleep. I raised my kids here. And we should all be in this together. That's just my opinion. I wanted to ask John, if John could please tell me, the DAR project, is it going to be on town property? Is it going to be on Brewster property? Is there any ideas? Can you bring this information to the board so that we can know what's going on?
It will be brought to the board. It's in the easement area. This is a preliminary discussion at this point.
All right.
That's all it is. It's a preliminary. But the number one issue that's most evident is the tree.
Okay. And I wanted to thank Paul and thank him for stealing my thunder, because I thought it was absolutely amazing too. And I watched the emails coming in from Bo, and I don't go on Facebook, but I had people sending me text messages and emails about what they were doing. And they scrambled and scraped and they got the hill up and running again, instead of just saying, oh, we can't find a part and giving up. So it was a great thing for the kids.
All right. Is there any questions from the press, Jim?
Nobody on.
Nobody on, okay. Public input? Again, if we could keep it as brief as possible. It's now 11 o'clock.
Or you're buying breakfast.
And by the way, yes, I was on 4:30 this morning, so if you want to do this at 5,
I'll be right with you.
Okay. Since this could be the last meeting where we could be candid and open and speak our mind, I'm going to go ahead and do it. Scolding, Ms. Murray, I got to call you out on that. As you spoke to John Thurston here tonight.
I don't know if his mic's working.
Some details were overlooked, as you said. He was misguiding or not providing enough information. On November 17th, there was a waters meeting where this was discussed by Mr. Thurston with the entire group. Can you tell me, is Mr. Randall on that committee? Yes or no?
Public comment.
Okay, I'll ask you. Are you in the waters committee or you attend a meeting? Okay, so on 11/17, you were at that meeting. Mr. Thurston brought up what was going on. He didn't have any test data at that time. But Mr. Randall knew the test had been done. He didn't have results yet, but we got the results the next 2 days later, the 19th. I understand. On the December 12th meeting, I think it was called, waters meeting, Mr. Randall had those results, and I suspect, from what I read in the minutes, you were at the December meeting.
No. Public.
So anyway, so at this point, the Waters Committee had the information available, and it actually, nothing showed up in any of the meeting minutes from the 17th, nor the December meeting about that type. But in, I should say, after the January 7th Board of Selectmen meeting, on January 12th at the Waters meeting, the meeting minutes from December were revised to include an issue of the water drain problem.
I did, it was the January 12th minutes that I amended to put it in. The December minutes did not.
But they failed to omit or include what had been talked about in November or December.
There wasn't any, whatever.
Yeah, whatever is absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, yep.
This guy is here to help you. Listen to him as well as he's asked to listen to everybody else. Mutual respect goes a long way.
Anybody else?
Dad.
Carol, why don't you come up here? I think the battery may have, you got a battery?
Yeah, I'm real good at that. People always hear me. That if we could, just some way for we could get answers, because it's fairly frustrating to hear all this stuff and then sit here and say, oh, why that? You know, so anything you can do to allow
Sure.
the voters, the citizens, to have an input and ask questions. I mean, because like the first time I started coming, I didn't know you couldn't ask questions. So that's, oh, there you go.
There you go.
Okay. Okay, that's all. Just great. And maybe you could have to enforce the limit for
Well,
public input.
I'm hoping people would be kind and courteous at the question and answer meeting, and we could answer a lot of questions in an hour quickly instead of having to listen and not being able to answer.
Jody Person. I believe it's 100% overreach on you speak about the septic pumping and inspections and stuff. That's 100% overreach. I can't believe it. I mean, I thought we lived in America. I just had bumper stickers made, actually, because there's so much stuff going in this state, and it says, live and die, the new New Hampshire motto, and I put it on my car, because it just seems like every time I turn around, it's stuff like that. And I mean, if you guys want to put a thing together where to educate the public, and if people want to volunteer to have their septic pumped and inspected, I think that's one way to go about it. But making it, if you think you're going to make it mandatory, good luck.
Good. That's fair.
Don't we want to save the lake?
Yeah, it's fair, though. Fair question.
Sitting too long. Ooh. As you said, welcome to my world, right? I just want to end on a really positive
You have your name,
note.
please.
Oh, yes, Susan Bunting,
Thank you.
Wolfeboro resident. When I walked in here tonight, I told you all about the website. We have raised, in the 3 hours I've been here, $5,050 more. Woo-woo! This is another Our Town moment. Wolfeboro citizens are recognizing the opportunity right now to preserve something historic, practical, and deeply woven into the fabric of town life instead of losing the community center or replacing it with something generic and far more expensive. Thank you, Wolfeboro citizens. Keep it up.
Jim, could you get that anticipated revenues thing to Susan and see if she can fill out the blanks?
Hi, Marge Hart. I was writing down my thoughts and wrote down work smarter, not harder.
Yep.
And also the thought came to me about managing the town instead of the town managing you. So I liked the discussion at the end of the meeting. I also want to commend the work that John and Derek did to get all of that information pulled together. So it brought a lot of information to light and helped make it consumable. So thank you very much, and thank you, Paul, for your thoughtful consideration and questions, and Dave for your support too. I think it's really important for the town. I want to take the opportunity to call out support for the Citizens for Wolfeboro petition. This is a way that citizens can work together to bring a voice to the continued frustration. It feels like there's a fundamental, systematic problem that needs to be addressed. Two prime examples of that problem are losing two important positions this year, the new planner and the finance director. Townspeople need to gain confidence in the town, and to your point, Paul, it's not about minimizing the money spent. It's ensuring that the money is spent purposely on projects that better the town and are managed properly. Managing the town is more than just managing budget numbers. I hear lots of references to public comments from the select board, but it also makes me think of not being able to see the forest for the trees. It feels like working with a consultant would greatly help, and I hope voters consider that as they go to the polls in March. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Thank you. Ann Blodgett. I totally ditto, and I appreciate Marge's comments. Always right on. I am listening tonight. I'm thinking to myself, there was a lot of talk about prioritization, but not how to get there. So, what are the priorities? I heard you guys talk about a work plan early in the year. Were those the priorities? I feel like my head's spinning. I couldn't even take notes because I thought, I'm just going to get up there and briefly say, we're looking at stuff down here after it happens. That's not looking out there and saying, what's the cause? What's the problem? What are the priorities? How do we start top down? And you guys work really hard. And I've said this before. I feel really sorry for you for working so hard because I think maybe what Marge and others are saying is it doesn't have to be that hard. And I think we all need help. And I don't need, you don't need to be defensive. Nobody's criticizing you. We're saying we hear that you need help. We're saying you need help. And another thing came to mind tonight. We don't have a town engineer. We haven't seen a water sewer report. Those are really big things. And maybe we wouldn't be talking about pipes for an hour and a half or whatever it was tonight. I don't know. I really don't know. And I hope you guys will think about it and maybe watch back some of these meetings and say to yourself, how could we do this better? Not, Brian, we're not that bad. Because that's what you said to me. We're not that bad. And that was like a knife in my heart. And that's not our town. Our town motto is not, we're not that bad. Our town motto is, we can do this better and be proud. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Bobby Budman. First, it's really cold in here. Does the heat shut off at a certain point and we just can turn it on, maybe? First, thank you for last night, for yesterday, staying and putting in those long hours for a special election. I know how hard Pat Waterman actually worked on that to make sure that the election went off smoothly and without any problems. Wanted to say the revenue packet, Jim, that's the one I asked for earlier that got on the budget committee meeting already. Perfect. And then I just wanted to point out that the budget is not 9%. You know that, John, right? it's not 9%, it's 6.72. But we also should be discussing what the percentage is between the default budget and the budget, because that number is much smaller. We also have to talk about the fact that we've had a budget for 2 years, default budget. So even when you talk about that 6.72, you're talking about that is well below inflation for the years that we did have a default budget. And I know it's correcting, so there is that in it to have it correct a little bit. A question I know you can't answer, but did you move the police warrant up and make it more important? Just answer. And then, Jim, if it's possible on your PowerPoint, I love your series PowerPoint. If you could also have just a bar with what the default budget is doing. I know you're working so hard, so that might be a little too much to ask, but that might help the citizens understand that from the default budget to the budget where we're at, the difference, because we all know how important it is to pass our budget this year. And then I don't want to end on a negative point, but I just want the town to understand, Jim, and I want you to understand that our attorney, the town attorney, is our attorney. We're the people here. That's our attorney. We're all in this together. We just got to have a kumbaya here. Thanks.
Suzanne Ryan with a wisecrack. I disagree with Ann about the engineer. We don't need one. Well, Linda was quiet, so we've got 4 of them right here, chasing a pipe up and down and around. Why are you even, if we had an engineer, you'd just hand that problem to them. It would have been taken care of. Steve is not an engineer. He's the head of DPW. He's not a Dave Ford. Okay, so now, Suzanne Ryan, Friends of Libby, Chair. This just came in. We've been working on this letter to you. I'll get a hard copy to you tomorrow. To the Wolfeboro Select Board as trustees of the Libby Museum. Dear trustees, we are writing in response to your letter dated November 19, 2025, and received by hand delivery from Selectman Paul O'Brien at our Friends of Libby Friends meeting on Monday, November 24th, concerning the trustees' decision to move forward with the removal of the Libby Museum collection from the museum building and storing it. While we are pleased at the change of heart by the trustees, we're disappointed that our multiple entries over the course of last year and early as January to assist in protecting the collection were left unanswered. On 3 occasions, the Friends offered to assist with the cost associated with the removal and storage of the collection with no response from the trustees. The subsequent vote taken by the trustees to deconcession of the collection after a highly suspect minimal valuation was publicized left the impression that the trustees were disinterested in the collection and their responsibility for it. The Friends then put our multiple offers on hold in a letter to the trustees dated October 31, 2025. Valuable time was lost. We hope that your recent letter indicates a positive change in direction and of commitment on the part of the trustees. To that end, the Friends are open to work with the trustees on several concerns that must be addressed by the trustees prior to the Friends recommitting time or funding. Timing concerns. Protecting the collection as it is moved is a delicate matter and needs to be done with utmost care. Removing the collection in midwinter from a structurally unsound building adds risk of loss or damage. Appraising the collection under these conditions would be impossible. A more appropriate time frame needs to be set. Access concerns. The building is in danger of potential workers movers and/or appraisers from a health perspective, mold, and from a safety perspective, building stability. Both would need to be addressed. Appraisal. Your letter indicates the trustee's preference that the collection must be appraised before or as it is removed. A detailed and careful appraisal is a significant effort under the best of conditions and would be well nigh impossible in midwinter from or especially in a building that is uninhabitable with no heat. We would suggest that any appraisal can only occur once the building is accessible in early spring and after the collection has been moved to an appropriate climate-controlled space conducive to the work. Appraising the many types of items requires specific expertise. We recommended starting with fur and feather items by valuing and identifying which could cost more to restore than to replace. This could save on storage costs, given these are the largest in number and volume of all items. There are 2 experts who have worked previously with the Libby collection who could do this part of the appraisal. Ron Harvey of Tuckerbrook Conservation in Maine and Steve Berry of Tuftonboro. The Friends also suggests the services of Valley Kincaid Museum and Collection Resources as someone with exceptional credentials as well as knowledge of the Libby and the conservation. She has previously provided 2 reports on the cost and process of removing the Libby collection and is a vital resource for completing the appraisal and storage of items. Cleaning. As part of the removal and appraisal, consideration should be made for cleaning collection artifacts off contamination and mold before transfer or storage. Cost. The Friends in our last proposal of August 15, 2025, left unresponded to and since withdrawn, offered financial support for the removal and storage limited to only the most fragile and historically significant items. The Friends' financial assets are limited and would necessarily be capped at some amount in order to safeguard the Friends' mission to support the Libby Trust in the future, even under successor trustees. Duration. The trustees have not advanced a plan for the future of the Libby as either a museum or under cypre conditions. Removal of the collection would be a one-time expense, but the time arising for ongoing storage has no limit currently. The Friends is not in a position to commit to supporting storage costs, especially those of unlimited in duration. Responsibility. If the costs for properly appraising, removing, and storing the collection were to be shared at some level between the trustees and the Friends would want to work closely and collaboratively and as advisors to the current trustees to identify and select the highest quality service vendors available for the task. Routine management of the vendors, insurance, and liability would rest with the trustees who owe fiduciary responsibility to the trust. We look forward to working through these various concerns expeditiously with the trustees. Thank you, Suzanne Ryan, Chair.
Okay. Somebody want to make a motion?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.